Hello, my name is Flora
Hello.
Huang, and I'm
Hi,
from
أنا
Philadelphia, USA.
السلام عليكم.
من الرياض.
Hello. We are Women in Data Science. I became a WIDS ambassador because I dream of an equitable world where empowered women help humanity make better decisions through data science.
As a woman, I'm hoping more Peruvian women will be motivated to join this exciting field.
The WIDS community has really enhanced my sense of purpose in these life goals, and it has really built my confidence in such a meaningful way to be able to mentor, motivate, and support others.
The most rewarding and impactful aspect about my work as a clinical data scientist is to use the data generated by doctors, nurses, and the healthcare system to improve the care of future patients.
I'm delighted to bring this event to Pakistan along with so many WIDS ambassadors worldwide so that we can inspire all young girls or women to take up career in data science.
The use of data science to address climate change and sustainability issues continues to inspire me in my data science journey.
Through WIDS Alexandria, I've got the chance to meet with brilliant female professors, learn about the research, and bring that to my community as well.
I'm a WIDS ambassador because I wanted to inspire more young girls like me to join the field of data science, and I believe that in the future there must be more women in this field.
I'm really excited to continue bringing WIDS events to my school and schools across Australia to empower girls to get involved in the field.
It's great that we've got Women in Data Science events and know that there's so many more inspiring stories as part of the Women in Data Science journey.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Bertozzi, and I am a chemist who works in the area of drug discovery. I've had many opportunities in my life to collaborate with data scientists. They've been absolutely central to the work that we do. We couldn't have made the discoveries that we've made without having people to analyze very large data sets and to help us find hidden trends within them. Now, when I was growing up, I was somewhat insulated from the idea that women or girls couldn't be scientists because I came from a family of scientists. And when I was in college, I learned that not everyone had that privilege. I hope that all of you women data scientists or aspiring data scientists will truly feel that you belong in the field, because I believe it, and your participation is absolutely essential for us to bring the full benefits of data science to solve the big problems in humanity. So just as I was so fortunate to have a family that created an environment where I could believe in myself as a scientist, I'm hoping that you all have the confidence to pursue your dreams and that you help the generation that follows you in the same way that hopefully someone of my generation can be of help to you. Good luck with all of your work.
واحد وتسعون عاماً 91 عاماً مليئة بنساء غيروا مجرى التاريخ،
نساء باحثات عن القمة ليعتلينها، نساء تدفعهم الهمة فتسقط حانية لهم الصعاب، نساء لم يكن للتاريخ خيار إلا أن يملأ صفحاته مسطرا مسيرتهن، هن نساء لهذا الوطن، هن السعوديات.
وأمرنا بفتح مدارس البنات
بمنح الدكتورة الإنسان الفكرية وسام الملك عبد العزيز بالدرجة الأولى.
مشاركة المرأة في مجلس الشورى.
بدأ تطبيق الأمر الملكي بالسماح للسعوديات بقيادة السيارة.
بلا شك أن المرأة عملها مهم جدا، وهي نصف المجتمع، وهي لابد أن تكون فعالة ومنتجة في وطننا السعودية.
المرأة هي أمي، هي أختي، هي بنتي، هي زوجتي، أنا مخلوق من المرأة.
I want to thank each and every one of you for making this a reality.
تعين صاحبة السمو الملكي الأميرة ريما بنت بندر بن سلطان بن عبد العزيز آل سعود سفيرة لخادم الحرمين الشريفين لدى الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية بمرتبة الوزير.
أقسم بالله العظيم أن أكون مخلصة لديني ثم مليكي ووطني، وأن لا أبوح بسر من أسرار الدولة، وأن أحافظ على مصالحها وأنظمتها في الداخل وفي الخارج، وأن أؤدي عملي بالصدق والأمانة والإخلاص.
Become the first and only Saudi female.
حصلت لله الحمد على أكثر من 11 جائزة محلية وعالمية.
حصلت على الميدالية الفضية في مجال الوسائل التعليمية في معرض كوريا العالمي.
لمس مطور إنه يعطي إحساس الموسيقى للناس اللي عندهم إعاقة في السمع. 21 جائزة خاصة دولية مقدمة من مؤسسة موهبة لقابلية مركب موجود في البحر الأحمر إنه يثبت عمل فيروس سارس كوف 2.
أنا رشا القحطاني الحائزة على المركز الثالث على مستوى العالم في مسابقة آيس.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's a pleasure having you today at the 6th International Women in Data Science Conference held today at Prince Sultan University. I'm Al-Jaz Al-Ahidab.
And I am Rasha Al-Naji. 2 years ago, 3 high schoolers, and I was one of them, were inspired by the empowerment and the achievements of women in Saudi Arabia. So we transferred our feeling of pride into the film we just witnessed. Little did we know that there was more and more to come for the empowerment of women in Saudi Arabia. When our beloved Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman said, "I support Saudi Arabia, and half of Saudi Arabia are women, hence I support women." Al-Jazi, please remind us of the latest achievements.
Rasha, as of today, we have Saudi women astronauts going to space. We have Saudi women ministers running ministries. We have Saudi women who stand side by side to protect and keep the safety of our precious country. And today, we stand here in honor of them.
With the empowerment of women in the latest years, we witnessed huge achievements, proving that women capability could break edges. And breaking an edge in technology wasn't hard for them either.
Today, we celebrate women in data science globally that make up only 20%. The 20% that pioneered and persisted. The 20% that stood their ground in times of doubt. The 20% that have made us all proud. And with the help of their colleagues, we are here to see them shine in Saudi Arabia.
And today, we welcome you to foresee the future our women in data science will create, to recognize their journey and to gain more knowledge about this unique field. So, without further ado, please welcome with us to the stage the Vice President of the Campus for Women, the Supervisor for Women in Data Science Conference, the SDG 5 Committee Leader, Dr. Heba Khashim. The stage is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Excellency, Deans and Vice Deans, distinguished speakers and guests, my dearest colleagues, and our amazing students. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good morning to you all. It gives me immense pleasure to stand here today giving the welcoming remarks of an occasion that stands alone among the many events at Prince Sultan University. That is Women in Data Science at PSU. We are here today to celebrate the achievements of women in data science and all related fields. We are gathered to acknowledge the hard work, dedications, and excellence of women in these specific fields. I started my speech emphasizing that this event is unique. Let me share with you why I and many in the audience believe so. Women in Data Science started as a movement from Stanford University back in 2015 and continued to grow with over 150 congregations conducted around the world with the same purpose and around the same time. So this month, we have WIDS in Europe, WIDS in the US, WIDS in Australia, and of course, WIDS at Prince Sultan University in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. In fact, PSU joined this movement in 2018, and this year we are having our 6th edition. Another reason that makes this conference unique is that presenters are from one gender. Women only can show their contribution to the world today. The field of data science is one that requires a combination of skills, including mathematics, statistics, computer programming, and domain-specific knowledge. It's a field that has grown exponentially in recent years and is becoming increasingly important in many industries. In this context, it's essential to acknowledge and celebrate the contributions of women in these important fields. So today, the great female data scientists will share knowledge, exchange ideas, and mentor each other in an interdisciplinary collaborative environment. It's well known that women have been underrepresented in STEM fields in general for a very long time. However, we must admit that we are seeing a change in these trends. And of course, the video that we just witnessed probably proved that. Recently, we had many women who are making significant contributions to data science and related fields in Saudi Arabia and in the world. They are breaking barriers, leading research, and developing innovative solutions that are making a difference in the world. With WIDS at Prince Sultan University, we will learn more about these contributions. It's important to mention here that with WIDS, we are aligning ourselves with the Kingdom's vision, of course, and addressing its objectives that emphasize on women empowerment. In addition, we are working together to achieve SDG 5 of the Sustainable Development Goals, gender equality. At the same time, we are contributing to Prince Sultan University's strategic plan, which aims to support women in their academic and professional pursuits and maintain a sustainable, bias-free environment. In this context, PSU have been active in emphasizing this event and others. We celebrated the International Day Women and Girls in Science last month. And we had a wonderful event in cooperation with the French Embassy that focused on women and science early this month. And we have organized school-specific next-generation workshops and competitions that is related to WIDS and is part of its activities. The aim of all these events is to bring together community to share knowledge and experience and to send a message to the whole world about her capabilities, determinations, and persistent efforts to contribute to the advancements of humanities. Let me close by giving my gratitude to those who are behind such an event. First, on behalf of PSU, I would like to thank all distinguished speakers and poster and workshop presenters who joined us today. I also would like to acknowledge and thank the organizers of the conference, all committees participating and logistic departments, and of course, our amazing PR team. My gratitude goes also to our great ambassador, Dr. Tanzila Saba and Ms. Fatima Khan, for their relentless support. This event is just not possible without your hard work and dedication to it. My gratitude goes also to the College of Computer and Information Science Dean and chairs for their support. Please also join me in giving a very special thanks to PSU President Dr. Ahmed Al-Yamani and all Vice Presidents for their unlimited support, not only to WIDS at PSU, but to all other events, proposals, and decisions that aim to support women at PSU and in Saudi Arabia. They believe in us, and we are working with us towards a future where gender equality is the norm. With these words, let's continue to believe in our women's spirit, and that will guide us to meet all expectations and make our remarkable contribution to society. I know that we have spectacular presentations waiting for us, so let me end here and let the excitement begin. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hiba, for the inspirational opening message. We appreciate you. Now introducing Dr. Tanzila and Dr. Ms. Fatma to talk about women in data science.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and very good morning. I am Tanzila Saba, WIDS Ambassador at Prince Sultan University. Ms. Fatima Khan, the co-ambassador of WIDS PSU, is joining me today. We are going to talk about the WIDS global journey as well as the local journey to talk together, how we started this, what was the aim, and what we are planning in the future. Before proceeding, I would like to extend my very special thanks to the WIDS Program Executive Chair, Dr. Hiba Hushaim, for her generous support, His High Excellencies, President Dr. Ahmad Al-Yamani, all Vice Presidents, Deans, Vice Deans, very special thanks to our CCIS Dean, Dr. Muhammad Shara, and all our chairs. So let's start. So, we will not take too much time. We are just going about women in data science. We have to show where we are we going, and why it matters. So, Ms. Fatma, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you again for joining us today. Dr. Tanzila has already given the introduction, so I briefly in this slide present the global picture of WIDS in the world. So as Dr. Hiba just mentioned, WIDS started at a one-day technical conference in Stanford in the year 2015. The amazing conference drew the limelight and attention of women and researchers regardless of the gender all around the world. This extended to different countries where they invited ambassadors to join this movement with the idea of promoting not just data science, but STEM in general. With this idea, we were approached at PSU in the year 2016, and we put up a proposal for the PSU management with the most of an overwhelming response to this. They accepted, and then we were, of course, looking for our ambassador at PSU. And I recollect at that time, we extended this proposal to several female leaders on the campus. And without any conflict, the first name which came to all of us was that of Dr. Tanzila. In that year, I remember the research contributions of Dr. Tanzila was, of course, one of the highest in her area related to data science and artificial intelligence. And we took forward this movement in PSU with the support of our higher management and the support of all the admin leaders who continue to support from all the colleges, making it an interdisciplinary concept and a conference which is supported by all colleges at Prince Sultan University. So today you see the WITS conference worldwide is happening in 200 different locations all around the globe.
So now our first point is why WITS? Even at the global, even at Prince Sultan University, why it's going on. So if you see where we are now, it's a recent statistics from World Economic Forum, and if we go here from Middle East and North Africa, it seems we need 115 years to close this gap. But the very pleasant and exciting point is, if we look at the score, Saudi Arabia is the one who made a very rapid progress to fill this gap. And I think we have to join to appreciate all the efforts of the kingdom as well as the superwomen who are doing this.
So why WITS at PSU? In general, the discipline of STEM needs to be encouraged all around the world, and no exception in the kingdom. With the idea of promoting STEM and the gender equality, WITS pushes the female upcoming aspirants, students, researchers, faculty to come forward with their innovative ideas, initiatives, publications, giving them a broad platform. Of course, the initiative aligned with the Vision 2030 of Saudi Arabia, which aims to empower women, giving the top priority for, in the field of artificial intelligence. There is strategy which is specifically, highlighted for the national strategy of data and artificial intelligence. And of course, with PSU's strategic plan, as Dr. Hiba just highlighted, the focus with women empowerment and pushing them to the forefront, encouraging. So we have at PSU, of course, there is an executive leadership there, interdisciplinary programs, and establishment of research labs, where we have several of the research labs being led by female. And then, of course, establishment of the IDA lab, which is focused with the area of artificial intelligence and data science.
So as Dr. Hiba Khushaim has already mentioned, but we are very excited to share again this journey, because it's just for the community, it's just for our youth, what we are doing. So our journey was started at Global Stanford University 2015. It was just a one-day technical forum. And the WITS PSU, we joined this journey in 2018, which was just, again, a one-day event, and we brought the speakers there. But after that, we progressed. Years after year, we were adding new features by considering from the technical aspect, from skills point of view, from schools point of view. So from 2019 to 21, we participated in Stanford Datathon, where over 5,000 attendees were there. From 22 to 23, we added other features, which is one is the IEEE index proceeding. As we know, the women in STEM, in science, they have only 33% contribution in research. So what is the uniqueness of this proceeding? There must be one main author, or the co-author should be a female. In this way, they push themselves to participate in STEM research. We started with Next Gen for high school. Not only the mature, the professional women, but we have to deliver these trainings, this awareness to the schools, our young girls as well. And we have the contribution from 10 public schools in this initiative. And definitely we are proceeding with the Datathon as well.
Before actually Dr. Tanzila moves on, I also want to remind that towards the end of the presentation, we have some questions for our student audience who's attending. So we request to please pay attention to the slides.
How many of you are agree with this status of a woman? Please just raise your hand. Do you agree? Perfect. Thank you so much. So, after this critical situation, after facing all these challenges, would you like to see this disparity? Do you like? Who? Who likes? You like? Oh my God. So what we actually want at this platform, it's not about taking the rights or stepping over the man. The point is we need gender equality in the opportunities, in the facilitation, and we need the equal number, equal rights, equal opportunities in science, tech, and STEM. So this is the main theme, this is the main goal and objectives of Women in Data Science at Prince Sultan University.
Of course, with the goals of WITS at PSU, aligned with the goals of Stanford Global WITS, we hope to inspire the budding data scientists in the field by bringing expertise in the field. Today's conference is enriched with those who are leaders in the field. We have keynote speakers who are here to address you, to share what they have achieved so far in the field. So this is an inspiration, and these type of conferences definitely help in this area. Educate. Dr. Tanzila has also mentioned some of the initiatives which WITS have been working on in parallel, which includes the Datathon initiative, including the high school initiative, which has recently been launched. I think it's more than 2 years now. And also the workshops, which is free for the community, which we offer in the evening from 5 until 8. So please make use of this opportunity, which is provided to upskill yourself in data science, and of course, empowerment. I think there is a huge scope now, not only in PSU, but in the kingdom, which is having special focus with empowering women in the field of STEM and other areas. Yeah, so I already shared this, right? I gave you a heads up.
Ms. Fatma, you missed this slide. Very interesting slide.
Okay, yeah, we can do this.
Please, go ahead.
So yeah, we all like pizza, of course, but which pizza do you like, right? The one which has equal distribution of resources, equally divided, right? Or the one which is messy. I'm sure all of you love this pizza, right? So this is what we are talking about. We are talking about equal availability of resources, equal opportunity. So we stand here promoting gender equality with the SDG, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So hopefully we all enjoy the very nice pizza.
Making food is our core responsibility. So as is a women event, we cannot proceed without mentioning the food. So the good example is equal opportunities. So we have the question here, and it's open to all. Which year was the first WITS at Prince Sultan University? The first one. I think she's the first one. Yes, please. Perfect.
Excellent, excellent. So we have a gift voucher coming for you. Thank you for listening with attention. Yeah. WITS is aligned with which UN Sustainable Development Goal? Which SDG? You have to put up your hand.
Okay, SDG 5 is very common, but it's not only about the SDG 5. If someone else, because we have many hands, so any other SDG which is aligned to the high quality education or women education?
PSU is pro with SDGs, we have to admit. Okay, yes, the vouchers are coming.
So I will not take too much time. This is just a very brief overview. We are honored. Again, I would like to extend my very special thanks to the PSU higher management and Dr. Hiba Hushem for giving us this opportunity at the IDA Lab to organize this conference. So what our main motive is, apart from all other things, the empower the women in AI and data science. So we are having a multiple initiatives. We have trainings, workshop, boot camps, datathon, research seminar, research counseling, and mentoring. And I am really proud to share with all of you that now we have a very good number of collaborators from the Kingdom universities.
So yeah, this is a very important slide. So one candle can give light to many others. So this is what we hope to achieve at PSU and IDA Lab. So yes, if you are ready for it, please share, please collaborate, so we all are winners together.
So we are almost going to finish, and every woman's success should be an inspiration to another. We are strongest when we cheer each other on, and we are doing these best practices at Prince Sultan University.
This slide just gives some updated numbers. This is something which all of you here in the kingdom should be proud about. This talks about the STEM education and how well Saudi Arabia is doing in this area.
So briefly, I would like to say it's not only about the IDA Lab or not about only the WITS, as Dr. Hiba Hushem has mentioned. Our management is really sportive to take multiple initiatives to encourage. So mainly 4 research labs are led by women faculty members. We have Center for Sustainability and Climate, which is mainly working on the SDG 5. We have SDG 5 full-fledged committee. They are mainly working for all the initiative to support the women. We have Women in Data Science Conference, International Day of Women and Girls in Science, equal academic opportunities for the female students and equally for both genders. Our research themes are supportive to women. PSU institutional research themes are equally caring of both genders.
Right. One more question there, last one. What are the best practices for women empowerment in tech, STEM at Prince Sultan University and generally in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? So name one initiative which you think is a good practice to empower female in the field. Yes. Any more? Names of the initiative, please. Slabs. All right. So before we close, please join me in giving a big shout out to all our male participants. We appreciate your presence. We have the presence of our respected deans and fellow colleagues as well as students. So thank you very much for joining us here today. Your support is very important for us. We cannot move forward without your support. So thank you all very much.
Exactly. We cannot move without your support. We have to work in hand to hand, and we can achieve all our goals. Very special thanks to all who are working at the back end to organize this big event, to the PR team, to the ITC team, organizing team, the people who are delivering the workshops, our collaborators. Thanks a lot, and hope you will enjoy the rest of the 2 days, a very good event. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to Dr. Tanzila and Ms. Fatma for your inspirational words. Addressing the accomplishments of women in data science is an amazing way to start off this convention. Now, please welcome with me to the stage Dr. Maysel Qurashi, Planning of Department, Saudi Electronic University.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be back at PSU. Maybe some of you know that I was a former member and proud member of PSU back in 2020. Joining PSU here to celebrate the International Women's Day, especially on WIDS 2023, it's an honor. And also, I'd like to start by asking a question. I'm just following Dr. Tanzila and Dr. Ms. Fatma. What is the 14th of March? Anybody knows? No, it is with KSU, right? But it is the International Day of Mathematics. It is Pi Day, or they change it to International Day of Mathematics. As I'm a mathematician, also I'd like to say that I'm presenting in the International Day of Mathematics. That's also something to be proud of. Okay, my presentation is about data science and education, and I'm giving the Saudi Electronic University as an example here. Let's start by saying why Saudi Electronic University on the Women of Data Science, or on WIDS. Saudi Electronic University is a public university led by the only female president in Saudi Arabia, and a university that have students for both male and female. Saudi Electronic University being launched in 2011. And we have 13 branches covering more than 90% of the Kingdom administrative area. And inshallah, on September 2023, we'll be launching the branch number 14, which going to be a virtual branch that will cover the 100% of the Saudi Arabia. What happened? This is the, I'm not taking long time to read slide it, but this is the mission, vision, and purpose of the university, and we are proud of our motto to be the pioneer in future learning, as we are seeing in a minute. In Saudi Electronic University, we do have 4 colleges, 19 programs, and as I mentioned, 13 branches. What is a data science? As my colleague, Dr. Hiba, Dr. Tanzila, and Ms. Fatma mentioned, that data science is an important because it is a multidisciplinary approach that combines mathematics, statistics, computer science, and other, let's say, emerging technology to empower and get insight information from data, big data, by analyzing them. Why data science in education? We have, of course, everybody knows that we have the national strategy for transformation in education, and in this national this strategy, it emphasizes that we need digital in education, and we need to empower data science to have insights from numbers and data that will help us to improve our future in learning. We have to admit that data and using data in education will help to improve and will change also the education future. As everybody knows, education, and the Minister of Education used to say that before the pandemic and after the pandemic, we have a huge shift in that, and also utilizing data and changing the future and getting insightful information from data will be helping to empower learners how to use the data. So at Saudi Electronic University, in our strategic plan, we have many use cases of data analysis and data information. Some of them are already launched. We have already 8 use cases, and we have upcoming number of them. We are planning by 2025 to have more than 40 POCs that will be up running. I'm showing in this presentation few of them that is already been used. We have 5 of them here. We'll start by feedback, and we know how did we use the data science to empower learners using the data analysis to get insight from the feedback. We do have an adaptive learning approach using the artificial intelligence. We do have data shared in dashboards that covered all the numbers and all data, and it is the only source of data in Saudi Electronic University. We have a unique gate of student enrollment that utilize the artificial intelligence and blockchain. And lastly, we're talking about the learning management system, which Saudi Electronic University held that learning management system for all public university in the kingdom. So talking about the feedback, we know that we are sending out several surveys to collect data, feedbacks from students, from all stakeholders, interior and exterior, including students, admins, faculty members, and even employers, to collect data. We have sending out this data with the increasing number of stakeholders that these surveys are sent to, need to be analyzed, we need to collect important information from that. So these are examples of the surveys that we sent out at Saudi Electronic University. We have a journey of empowering our survey. We're starting by step to introduce new technologies. Recently, we introduced the machine learning. We use a platform named Blue. It's Explorance Blue. It's a platform located at Canada. And we introduced last year only the machine learning. In this machine learning, we don't need to read all the information that is sent by it's collected from the surveys, but instead of that the machine we feed the machine for certain information, and we get more insight out from using the machine learning. It will help us, as we said, to predict the future. Also, we have the student journey, and we're following up the student journey and knowing what the student would be asking for in the next course or the next surveys coming up. And this is really, we've been using this tool for a year now, but this is really an important tool, and we see the benefits out of it. The next exercise here, or the next example of what we're using at Saudi Electronic University, is the dashboards. As I mentioned, we have a business intelligence system at Saudi Electronic University, powered by the Vice Directorate of Planning, Development, and Quality. And this one, we collect all data from several platforms, like the student SIS or LMS or other platforms we are using, and we are collecting it. And we always have launching 3 digital or 3 data for every KPI there. This is, for example, that's how we benchmark the number. We have the NCAA benchmark, and we have the current data and the benchmark, and we have the internal data, internal benchmark here. At our dashboard, we do have several dashboards. One of them is about the active student. In this dashboard, we show a number of students in every program, and we can drill down to find a student by their GPA or by gender or by branch. As I mentioned, we are 13 branch. In this dashboard, it helps us also to predict the number of students in the branch for the next year in a certain program. This will help us to recruit more faculty member or admin to serve the student later. One of the most important dashboards, it's powered by HADAF, the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Community. It's the employability dashboard. In this dashboard, we connect to HADAF, and we extract data from there showing our students' employability and where are they now. And as a public university, Saudi Electronic University is the #1 in the employability rate in all public university, and also we are the highest in a student or graduate average salary also regarding or comparing to other universities. We'll talk about here the adaptive learning. The adaptive learning, as I mentioned, it's a method of teaching and learning. It's an adaptive learning. We launched last year, not last year, 2021, we launched the online English program, which is adaptive learning, 100% adaptive. This program, it is online for 2 years, and it will move the student from one level to another level depending about their performance. Not all the students are in the same level, even if they enroll together. It depends about some students could do faster than the other. It depends about their performance. And we have a lot of students are enrolling in this program, and we are hoping that in the future we'll be having another program using the adaptive learning. We're talking here about the Saudi Electronic University gate of enrollment. The student enrollment, as Saudi Electronic University spread all over the kingdom, we have every year more than 200,000 student application to enroll in the Saudi Electronic University, and this number, with a short time to just look at their files and know who's going to accept or not, it won't be easy collecting and looking into the data with only admin works or faculty members work. That's why we introduced this platform, which depends on the artificial intelligence and also using the blockchain to make sure to validate the data that student, the future students plug in, and also have an insight about what student could be doing better than other, and after that we'll be collecting this. Saudi Electronic University, unfortunately until now we only accept less than 20% of the student come to our university, but hopefully by launching the branch number 14 next year we'll be accepting everybody. Lastly, I'm talking about the learning management system. As I mentioned, the learning management system, it's a project being given to the Saudi Electronic University back in 2014 to hold all the learning management system at the universities, public university here in the kingdom. And recently some of the private universities also joined this platform. The platform gives insight data about what the student learning and faculty members are doing in classes. We have 2.5 million license for all universities here in the kingdom. During the pandemic, we get increasing number of usage of the LMS. We can see in this dashboard that is the usage of LMS at Saudi Arabia during the pandemic, and in this last slide we can see the difference between the usage and during the pandemic and after the pandemic, and this what will give us information about increasing the bandwidth or increasing the capacity. If there are some license at the university are not used, we'll be allocating it to another university. From such examples, we are here emphasizes that we are pioneers in future learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maisal Qurashi, for your inspirational words. Please welcome with me to the stage Dr. Basma Al-Bhairan, Managing Director, Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to extend my appreciation to Prince Sultan University and the organizers of this event, the Sixth International Conference for Women in Data Science, for giving me the opportunity to be part of this engagement and be here today among such highly educated women in the technology sector. And I hope that my participation as a speaker at this platform, together with my colleagues who are present here, would encourage and motivate more women to consider careers in science and technology. So for those who don't know me, I'm Basma Al-Bhairan, the Managing Director for the Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution, in affiliation with the World Economic Forum, shortly known as C4IR-KSA. The center is a do tank to advance the benefits of 4IR in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia through the development and implementation of practical and adaptive protocols for the governance of emerging technologies. The title of my talk today is Leaping into the Future with Quantum, which is a rapidly emerging technology that harnesses quantum mechanics to solve complicated problems at blinding speed. And I will talk about the benefits and some of the challenges, the ecosystem, and suggested directions on moving forward. In line with Vision 2030, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, announced the national aspirations and priorities for research development and innovation for the next 2 decades. To accelerate the progress of RDI and foster an innovation-conducive ecosystem, the Kingdom has dedicated the necessary infrastructure and resources, and in 2022, Saudi Arabia ranked 31st among the United Nations ranking of its 193 member states' digital government programs, up from the 52nd position in 2018. As champions of digital transformation in the Fourth Industrial Revolution, C4IR-KSA is continually working to maximize the technological benefits to society and minimize the risks associated with 4IR technologies in the Kingdom through facilitating the co-designed in-depth analysis and expert involvement in governance protocols and policy frameworks. To this extent, C4IR-KSA is actively building a community of experts focused on developing these regulatory frameworks while aligning our goals and objectives with the C4IR WIF platforms dedicated to artificial intelligence, future of cities, and mobility and data policy. With the rate the science of quantum computing is advancing, it will inherently elevate Industrial Revolution 4.0 like machine learning, artificial intelligence, robotics, IoT, and data processing, which in turn will directly and positively contribute towards innovation and knowledge economy. So what's quantum computing, and what does a quantum era mean? To understand the fundamentals, we have to backtrace a few years to the 1990s when Isaac Chuang and Neil Gershenfeld worked on building the first quantum computer. The principle of quantum computing is based on the ability to rein in the phenomena of quantum mechanics, which allows huge computational powers to solve complex problems. Due to this, it also creates a vast amount of advantages compared to traditional computers. With this kind of computational power, problems which involve multiple variables, permutations, and uncertainties, which are even too complex or cumbersome for the most powerful supercomputers of today, can be solved in amazingly short time using quantum computing. An example to illustrate the potential and power of quantum: Google and NASA in 2019 ran a computer program to generate a truly random number. This would have taken a supercomputer about 10,000 years, yet a quantum computer came back with the results in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. This makes it possible to do computations that are impossible with the current supercomputer, a possibility in short time spans. Subsequently, a group at the University of Science and Technology of China built a quantum computer in December 2020. which was able to do in 200 seconds what would take a supercomputer 600 million years. So ladies and gentlemen, with this kind of computing power and constant improvements, it's certain that the future will be shaped due to rapid innovations with disruptive services to shape everyday lifestyle. This is expected as these computers can perform multiple tasks simultaneously at extremely high velocity with lightning speed results, especially in areas of research and development at the moment. So I ask you, what does this all mean in reality, and what are the benefits? Machine learning, for example, which is a subset of artificial intelligence, involves training computers in order to perform or carry out human tasks, to gather and process data, and develop conclusions using multiple algorithms. These are used in applications like self-driving cars, for instance. With the quantum power, the improvements would be tremendous and game-changing, as the systems will act more realistically due to the ability to consider all possible scenarios and appropriate actions. This is possible as quantum computers can analyze massive data sets, complex models, and rapidly solve for optimization for applications within artificial intelligence. The healthcare industry, for example, is also bound to benefit multiple folds from this technology, as it would be possible to shorten the testing of therapeutics, which is a long process from research to development to clinical trials. It would be possible for this technology to look at all possible molecules and drug combinations and provide the right and most effective solution. Some pharmaceutical companies have generated promising leads in cancer therapeutics within months using quantum-powered computing. Additional potential benefits include early diagnosis of diseases or anomalies, especially in image-related data procedures such as CT scans and X-rays, hence resulting in more accurate diagnosis. So obviously, with every new technology comes new opportunities and risks. In case of quantum computing, the challenge is even greater, as boundaries need to be put in place to avoid and curb abuse and even unintended consequences. However, decision on how and what remains tricky, as the power and potential of this technology are still being discovered and not fully exploited. With the increase of quantum computers' usage and shift towards business application, the probabilities of ethical risks becomes larger due to the power of quantum computing, as it becomes easier to undo existing security protections, aggravate existing problems, and create entirely new class of potential risks. The current encryption protocols are no match for quantum computers, and it's predicted that within a few years, hackers could easily break them utilizing the power of this technology. And this could have serious consequences on e-commerce and the financial industry, and even blockchain technologies would be vulnerable and unsafe. Furthermore, there are major concerns about data privacy and utilization of it by artificial intelligence. However, uncontrolled data collection is still common and takes place. Quantum computers can process an abundance of data, and this could trigger organizations to collect even further consumer data, hence increasing the magnitude of an already serious concern. And it's estimated that about 20% of organizations within the decade will be budgeting for quantum projects. In 2021, the premier global market intelligence firm, International Data Corporation, famously known as IDC, forecasted that by 2027, the market for quantum computing services would be worth about $8.6 billion US, up from $412 million US in 2020. And this represents a compound annual growth of 50%. It's worth noting that the United States and the European Union lead the world in terms of private investments, with 59 and 53 quantum computing startups respectively, and a growing number of startups globally are attracting funding from investors. In fact, in 2022, public and private investments totaled $35.5 billion US across a range of quantum technologies. And therefore, the key is to leverage and benefit from quantum computing, considering that this technology is developing at a fast pace and is currently extremely expensive to own and out of reach of many. Organizations can explore the option to join a quantum ecosystem. Due to the newness of quantum computing, there is a severe shortage of expertise and capabilities, as quantum skills are scarce across the entire quantum stack, where multiple areas of expertise and skills are required in areas like technology architecture, domain knowledge, quantum algorithms, advanced quantum physics, and engineering. And from a financial perspective, it could also be challenging to build one's own quantum infrastructure, as not all organizations have the funds or allocated in their budgets to invest across the complete spectrum of a quantum computing environment. Due to the complexity of this technology, a quantum ecosystem will have multiple experts from research, academia, software development, engineering, and physics as part of the system to address business and science problems and develop quantum solutions. Undoubtedly, these ecosystems are rapidly maturing and facilitating ways to address business issues and opportunities. Now, to benefit the utmost from the ecosystem, it would be wise to consider the direction of the organization and clarity on the objectives and goals by developing a quantum strategy and roadmap, which also identifies the issues that need to be solved or addressed by quantum computing, as well as identifying the right talent and expertise and how the organization can benefit from the quantum ecosystem. Now, in order to find the right ecosystem, an organization needs to explore which ecosystem would be the right fit and closely aligned around the organization's business goals and challenges, and that the ecosystem has a real quantum hardware and not just quantum simulators, and the system has the potential to evolve into a fault-tolerant universal quantum computer. This is important as to take full advantage of the technology, and the hardware and software need to be optimized for the task being addressed. Added values that can help in selection of the ecosystem is the involvement of thought leaders and experts, technology organizations, and participants from similar business lines in the ecosystem being considered. Hence, a quantum strategy could be considered as a stepping stone towards reaping the benefits of quantum computing. To that point, as of January 2021, only 3 countries have quantum strategies that are in various stages of development, and 13 other countries have significant government-funded endorsed initiatives. But more than 150 countries do not yet have a quantum strategy. And these numbers are concerning, as it's an indication that there is a growing global quantum divide between countries which have national quantum programs and ones that don't. This will eventually lead to substantial instability in areas like cybersecurity, technology, healthcare, and finance, just to mention a few. And globally, there are still discussions on actions to bridge and close the digital divide. If actions are not taken quick enough, the progress in quantum technology could introduce a further divide between countries with access to quantum technology and ones with less or without any. In fact, there is an initiative by the World Economic Forum to help countries develop, support, and commercialize their quantum technology through creating a roadmap across academia, industry, and governments by sharing best practices from nations that are leading the quantum domain. These roadmaps will help government institutions and policymakers in developing the national quantum ecosystem and also contribute towards employment by creating new jobs and hence prosperity, as well as national security, business integrity, data privacy, and economic and national security benefits. So, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, despite some hurdles, quantum computing is set to grow, and it is likely to see a hybrid computing operating model that combines conventional computing with emerging quantum computing, and it's anticipated to be available by 2030, as they are rapidly approaching commercial viability. And once they are in operation, the world will witness a technological revolution transforming day-to-day applications, resulting in a colossal impact on our lives in ways that are unimaginable today. A world that is today the stuff of science fiction. A total game changer, making it possible to accelerate advances in multiple areas and help us live healthier and longer in a world reimagined. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Basma. Just to encourage the audience participation, we will be asking questions, one question after every keynote, right? And we encourage the students and the participants to participate. So Dr. Basma gave a very enlightening talk. So Dr. Basma gave a very enlightening talk about quantum computing, right? So we all understand that is an interdisciplinary field. Tell us, what are the various disciplines in this field? Yeah. Yes, please go ahead.
Physics and computer, IT, I think, maybe chemistry, math, yeah.
Thank you very much. Excellent. And I just want to remind the audience that there will be a Twitter competition very soon, so please participate with us on Twitter. Ladies and gentlemen, just for your note, we have always been trending on Twitter during the WIDS, and Stanford WIDS and the Global look at us through Twitter. So please keep tweeting and use the hashtag WIDS2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fatma, and thank you, Dr. Basma, for your inspirational words. Now, if you haven't heard Ms. Fatma, we do have a competition on Twitter. You can tweet about the hashtag WIDS2023, and we will pick a winner randomly, and there will be provided a prize. So I ensure you to be active on the Twitter. Now, to announce the Datathon competition, as you know, yearly with the WIDS convention, we do have a yearly game, which is the Datathon competition. Now, we will be announcing the winners shortly, in a few minutes. However, during this time, I encourage you to be active on Twitter so we can win a prize with us. So if you may, we will be waiting for a few minutes and then announcing the competition. Thank you. إلهام البرودي، سيري تيسير سيري سباي، and Dr. Tanzila Saba. We thank you for your accomplishments and your participation. Now addressing the second position for the winners, the first winner would be Reem Al-Hijazi, Noor Al-Akhras, Ayat Ubaida, and Dr. Anis Ara. Again, we thank you for your participation and congratulations. Now for the third position, we have Aisha Dawood and Safia Dawood. And last but not least, Reem Al-Habdan. Thank you so much for your participation. Now, just a reminder, please be active on Twitter on our hashtag WIDS22. Thank you. Also, if I can, Dr. Hiba, if I can welcome you to the stage for the participation. Now we will be continuing in a break for approximately 15 to 17 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this invitation. I'm very honored. I wish I will be there with you physically, but because I'm attending the United Nations 67th session of commissions on the state of women, that we are discussing how to empower women in technology. So my apology again, but I'm recording this presentation. My name is Dr. Lamia Abdulaziz Al-Omer. I'm head of AI and computational biology at King Abdullah International Medical Research Center, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and affiliated faculty at George Mason University. Today, we will talk about how we can utilize the data in a better way using AI. First, we'll talk about the AI. I'm sure most of you know what is AI, but just to let you know that the AI is the field that talk about technology that enable machines to think and act like human. This is just to have an accurate and quick decision to accelerate the utilizing of data. So AI working usually with data, and analyzing data is very important point. Data analysis is essential to leverage the AI, and it can help to identify pattern, a trend in data that we could not find it in the regular way. So AI, starting with the data, as we mentioned, data, I usually say we in an era that we have a tremendous amount of data, I usually call it a tsunami of data. This tsunami of data is, as I mentioned earlier, we need to analyze it first, and then will open opportunity for us. In the market space, this AI and data analyzing and utilizing the data will help better market decision and will help in the competition also. So how we utilizing this data in the digital world? Now, digital world is all around us, and AI-driven data utilization can help us in maximizing the efficiency of their data. So we have data, but the data is not a problem. The bottleneck is analyzing this data and get some insight from this data, utilizing the data in the better way. So how we can create some value of these data? We start with AI-driven strategy. Usually it's very important to start with a strategy to build what we are to do. So first, when we start with a strategy, this strategy, we will aim to leverage the data to make informed decision. Number one, we will take this data to maximize the utilization and the efficiency. This is the aim of this strategy. And we should put in our mind first, which task is the best to be automated with AI. There is some task doesn't need to be automated, and there is task is more priority to put it in our list. So we have to understand which one come first of these tasks, and then how we collect the data. What is the proper way of collecting the data, the correct data, the right data? And then the most important point for me is the collaboration between the human expert that we need to help with the automated system. So this, the point number 3, human expert is very important. So if we already have this strategy, there is 3 stages. First stage is defining the strategy, the AI strategy, and identify the most effective way of this strategy, how we can start it. Then after we identify the strategy, we go to stage number 2, which is designing and developing this plan, make it in stages, and how we meet this solution and how we reach this goal. And then the stage number 3 is delivering this solution and execute it to ensure successful implementation of the AI solution. It's all start with strategy, identifying the strategy, designing the strategy, implementing this strategy. After we implement it, what is the main benefit that we can get of data utilization? Let me tell you something. It's very important to understand that the first thing is improving the efficiency. What I mean by improving the efficiency, we reduce the manual labor. Sometimes there is manual labor is timeless. It take the time from the human, so we need the human to think more, and this manual labor things should be automated. When we automate it, we will make the best improve an efficiency. This is number one, improving efficiency. Number two, enhances accuracy. Enabling the data utilization, it will help to reduce the error. It will help to increase the data analysis. And then number three, which is the most important, using the data utilization and AI can help us for uncover hidden pattern and trend that we cannot see it if we did not use this. So number three is very important, that there is uncover hidden pattern trends in the data. This will increase the insight for the making decision correctly. We talk about human is the central of this transforming and data utilization. There is a role of teamwork. It's an ecosystem. It's not a solo, it's an ecosystem. Ecosystem start with everyone. It's a circle. Start with a data scientist who will helping to analyze these data. It will also have a data analyst who will analyze these data, and mainly the business analysis. What I mean by business analysis, in different area. In hospital, doctors and nurses and technician. In bank, the bankers. In the law also there is the lawyers. In education, there is the teachers who know the procedure. All of these business analysts, these the people who know this procedure, they will collaborate with data scientists, with data analysis, and then the AI engineer who can manage these things. And also very important to know that all this cannot happen without the advancement of the software and hardware in the computer. So it's an ecosystem that all of the human is collaborating to make better decision and better data utilization. Here I would like to shed the light for three case study where we can utilize the data and where we can use AI, and how can AI help in this area. First case is assisting in healthcare. AI can help in healthcare to, for example, reducing the time in the large hospital, healthcare in the X-ray reading. There is a study that the number of studies is very high when we compare it with the radiologist. The number of radiologists, it does not increase with the same level of the X-ray. So how can AI can help? AI can help to support the decision, to make better, to enlighten the radiologist to where is the important point, and to make the time is less. We can see that sometimes the result of the X-ray take tremendous time, but we're using AI to see the picture to inside the radiologist will reduce the time, and we can have better health. This is just some examples. AI will not take the doctor's job. I always have this question. AI will not take the surgeon job. AI will make their job more efficient and more accurate, and the patient can get the best services, this is the aim of the healthcare. Study number 2 is AI assistant in retail. So we can improve the customer services by using AI to understand what they need, to understand what they don't need, what is the best, what is the size. This will make the retail stores having more efficient way. Case study number 3, which is education, and we are here in Prince Sultan University. I think we are very proud of the Department of AI and Data Science that they're doing this amazing conferences and to educate and spread the knowledge of AI and data utilization. This also in education, it can help using AI, improving student engagement, increasing the test score. After we study, after studying and having this information, AI system will tell us which is the best way to utilize the thinking, creative thinking with the student. These cases is not limited. There is a lot, but because I have just 15 minutes, so I try to minimize it, and we can see how data and AI, there is a challenges. We always look to the positive side. I'm always positive, but there is some challenging of having AI and utilize this data. These challenges, we have to address it quickly to have a solution for that. What is these challenges? First of all, the quality of data is very, very important. So if we give the bad and poor data quality, we will get poor result. So we have to take care of the data. We have to put the regulation of these data. Number 2 is the data availability. We know that to have a better system, an accurate system, AI, they will get the information. If we have a large amount of data, the accuracy will be perfect. Less amount of data, the accuracy will be not perfect, and we need the best perfect accuracy, so we need large data. And here in Saudi Arabia, we have a lot of data, and we utilize it in a good way, inshallah, after they have the regulation. Number 3, and it's very important, is the data security. We need to protect the data, the human data, from any misuse for this data. So these 3 challenges, as what I call, we have to have a regulation. It's very important to have a regulation for the data, for the efficiency, for the security. This data will be responsible for the ethics of what will get result from this information. So data utilization is the key to effectiveness, and without it, we will just have data, but there is no insight or no information. There is no purpose of these data. So we have to utilize this data. Otherwise, we are losing the benefit of it. Data, AI is a lot of tools we can use. We don't have to understand all of it. We don't have to use, but we have to utilize the big data, NLP, machine learning to get better insight. Again, data is only the powerful, when the human touch is augmented. So human touch is very important to analyze this data. Just closing thoughts of the future, that AI technology will continue advancing, and the potential data utilizing is limitless. So we will continue having the best result if we utilize the data correctly, accurately, and in fast manner. That's why I usually ask everyone to understand the AI power, to understand what we can do. Thank you very much. I hope this presentation was helpful and insightful. And if you have any information, this is my information. You can scan it and send me anytime. And thank you. And I wish I was there, and see you soon. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you.
So, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. We know Dr. Lamia was not able to join us today. She had to travel to participate in a very important event. So, here's the question from Dr. Lamia's talk. Ready? So, what was the title of Dr. Lamia Omer's talk? What was the title? We want an accurate answer, please. No? Yes? You want to answer? No, Dr. Hiba is the first one who raised her hand. What was the title for Dr. Lamia's talk? What the presentation you just saw. You have the program, ladies and gentlemen. Students. Are you ready?
Okay, the title was Data Utilization and Effectiveness Through AI. The title was Data Utilization and Effectiveness Through AI.
Perfect. That was accurate from the program. Yes, of course.
Okay. Dr. Lamia is not here, but we'd like to thank her regardless for an inspirational speech. Now, please welcome with me to the stage our panel discussion presenting Data Science and AI for Sustainability. We have moderator Dr. Mansal Kobangara, Assistant Professor at Prince Sultan University. If I may hear a clap. And then we have Dr. Sara Al-Ghalib, CEO of the KEYS project. We have Zainab Al-Amin, VP of Digital Transformation and Sustainability for Microsoft. And we have Zahra Al-Kaf, the Cloud Computer Engineer.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us to this panel discussion. It's a great pleasure to me to have the chance to discuss and talk with you today. I prepared a very short question, and I will try to talk as less as possible because I'm actually really curious to hear from you and from your experiences. So I would like to start our chat, our conversation, asking you how is the situation after the COVID-19 pandemic in your job and how the pandemic changed, if changed, and how it changed your work and your approach.
First of all, I would like to thank you, everyone, for the organizers for inviting me to this event. It's actually my second time, so I'm happy to come back here. Fun fact, I am an alumni of Prince Sultan University, so I used to sit right here in those chairs, and I'm happy to be part of this panel again. Just to answer your question, when COVID struck, nobody really knew what was the impact of that pandemic. We've seen like businesses being closed, people were forced to stay at home, people were forced to stick to a curfew that was enforced to us by the government. The beauty about this is that how we saw people using technology to build innovations in order to get this life going on, because nobody knew how to deal with it. One of the things that we do in Google is that we build tools in order to help people collaborate and work effectively and productively. There is a tool that we built called Google Workspace, which basically allows people from all different types of, regardless where they work from, whether they work remotely or in the office, to be able to kind of collaborate and work together in a very productive and effective manner. This tool is being currently used by 3 billion users across the world, and it has a lot of interesting features that helps really students or employees to collaborate regardless what the situation is. So if you're working from home or if you're working from your office or working in hybrid, these types of tools will definitely help you become more productive and collaborative. For example, when using these tools, you get to use Google Chat, for example, within the same tool of your Google Doc. Or you can create a calendar from your Google Doc and send it to your attendees. You can take your meeting notes from the chat and then share it via email, which is very nice and seamless and integrated well together. And it puts the end user all in mind. And we really help bring all of these tools together because we truly believe that people are the most important asset of an organization.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Sara Ghalib. I am the CEO and founder of the KEYS project. So I'm going to give a little bit of a different perspective from an entrepreneurship point of view. So the KEYS project is aimed at upskilling our youth في السعودية. We target to prepare them for university or traditional career or entrepreneurship. And I think, it's to say the least, COVID flipped the whole world upside down, and I think we're still seeing the aftermath and the trickle-down effect years later. And for us, it was literally that, upside down. Our business model, our delivery, everything. It was one of the things I've trained entrepreneurs, thousands actually, across Saudi to date. And it's one of the things that we always say is that you have to learn to pivot. To survive. And this is exactly what happened, especially with KEYS. So that, of course, was the negative aspect. However, exactly what you said, it was an opportunity for social innovation. And this is what we took part in. So how we did that, we ensured that we needed to have the reach and the scale and the volume that we still have to maintain our targets in order to survive. So what we did is we built all of our work on platforms, and being I have a minor in both qual and quant social science statistics, so I'm also like you guys, I love numbers, just stick me with a data set and leave me alone. But what I did was I embedded in just the first course alone 164 data points. And how we did that, and it's both qual and quant. So having those data points gave an opportunity to have a voice of the students, so to speak. And the reality is that in 2020 alone, 70% of our shabab experienced an episode of either anxiety or depression. This is the reality. And this is, of course, brought along by COVID, and these are the things that as educators we need to be able to tackle. If you're looking to upskill youth, you need to target some of those core challenges that they're experiencing. And so what we've done successfully is we were able to embed those data points. And we can see through, like I said, string variables and quantitative methodology that we're able to pinpoint what are the challenges, what are the passions, what are the interests, what are the strengths, what are the goals? All of those things that need to be addressed typically in a face-to-face setting, but how do you do that virtually? And so it was, in alignment with our very ambitious goals in our Vision 2030. I'm very proud to say that I'm also one of the MISC 2030 leaders for the kingdom, alhamdulillah. And it's always aligning what it is that we're doing with the bigger picture. So COVID absolutely shook the world, but we also started to see some incredible opportunities for social innovation. And I think that, we saw points that are jumping just for Saudi alone in the innovation index. This is huge. This is years in the making that are now coming at an accelerated pace, and it's exciting to be a part of it. So I absolutely believe that in the core, regardless of what area you focus on, we saw in the last presentation the different roles that you can take part in data science and as a data scientist. And you can actually use it to be better informed and make better data-driven decisions, no matter what position you're in. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. So COVID-19 is the black swan that nobody was expecting, of course. It came all of a sudden, and then everything changed all of a sudden. The technology was there. It just accelerated the adoption. Always the one that, the single driver or challenge for technology adoptions are people. Because technology and innovation, there are plenty of it today, and before COVID. Having online meetings, it was there. But people were insisting in meeting people in person because they want to ensure their commitment, they want to see them, they want to feel them. When COVID came, that transition to digital adoption has accelerated in a huge time. And we saw that big time in the Ministry of Education and how Manassat Madrasati got implemented, which is, we're very proud at Microsoft to say that it is the largest implementation of Teams worldwide. The speed that the Ministry of Education adopted it, and how quickly more than 6 million people, including students, parents, and teachers, were accessing it all the time. So our life before COVID is different from our life after COVID. And that acceleration in technology adoption as well reflected on the environment. I'm Zainab Al-Amin. I'm the VP of Digital Transformation and Sustainability. And sustainability is very near to my heart. And as you might seen, during lockdown, some of our impact on the environment changed. There has been some plants that started to grow in specific areas around the globe, and birds came to certain locations. All of that, the emissions, the carbon emissions globally got reduced, of course, because there are no planes, no cars, nothing. And that brought life together. And as we are doing all of these innovations, we are as well need to be very conscious about our footprint on the environment and be, take care of that. Microsoft did an online training or an online event of 2,000 people, and then measured the impact on the environment versus if people came 2,000 on the environment, 2,000 came on for one day. And that was equivalent of removing about 500,000 cars for one day. So the impact is huge. And yes, absolutely. And Saudi Arabia have made the commitment to be carbon neutral by 2060, and we will see how that would, translate in policies, in adoption, and at the heart of sustainability comes data and AI, which we can talk about it more in our discussion. Thank you very much. So it's very interesting to hear that, let's say, somehow something positive happened, no matter of, or actually thanks to COVID-19. So going to my second question, here we are at PSU that I want really to thank for organizing this interesting day. And I would like to have your comments, your opinion, and your suggestion about which is the role of the educational sector in the data science. How do you think that we as professor and our students, how we can help them and how we can grow up and do better and learn? We can do the other way. Absolutely. So this is very interesting because education and it's with Women in Data Science, the conference for the 6th time. And I would like to share a story with you, a small one. I went to University of King Saud University for 2 years. I'm only 21 forever, so. And the batch was 70 people, only 30, and all female, 30 female graduates. They change for different reasons. It's not for them. They have life. So 30 women every year graduates. Then I completed my education at University of Manitoba in Canada. The cohort was 200 people, but guess how many women were there? Just a guess. 10, 20? No? 3, yeah. 3. So we were 3 women. So during that time, King Saud graduates, and that was before the establishment of Princess Sultan University. But
no pressure.
Yeah, 21.
3 women.
Yeah.
No pressure.
So 3 women in Canada versus 30 in Saudi Arabia. And ever since these number, we can see these number translated in the percentage of women in technology. The percentage is 33%. This is higher than Silicon Valley. It's higher than the United States. It's higher than the EU. In Saudi Arabia, we don't have issues with women going into STEM. We don't have issues with women going into data science. We have a lot of women going there. That's in terms of numbers. Now, when we talk about quality, I was talking to someone from Mawhiba and Ibda'at, and maybe you've seen ISIF. In the recent ISIF, just now, 82% of those who are going to compete globally, and it's all about STEM, are women, so 82%. And if you talk to Academia Tway, organically, this is organically, they're not being selected because they're women. It's just, that's what's happening. Academia Twig also organically in the competitive programs, boot camps, 70% are women. So we have a use case. So when we talk about quality and quantity, Saudi Arabia is ahead. We have a very interesting story that we can share with the world. Now we need to see how we can bring visibility on it. And universities like Prince Sultan University, you guys have a major role in bringing that, and with the knowledge that, that you have about the world and with the type and the quality of students that you have. There are a lot of open source tools that are available as we make it available for Microsoft as part of GitHub. One of them is Farm Vibes, which is a data and AI platform that allows farmers to bring a lot of data from the climate, the weather, the soil, the health of the plant, and coupled with AI, it allows farmers to detect the health of their planets and detect when they can water, detect the weather, etc. And it's open for innovation. That was something that Microsoft offered recently and made it open. This is one of many examples of what innovation can bring, and I think universities like Prince Sultan University should tap into these open source tools that are available and maybe run hackathons to solve issues that are relevant to Saudi Arabia. We have issues with water scarcity, we have issues with palm trees, we have these challenges, so we can come up with innovations that are relevant and also be ahead of everyone else.
So looking from that education perspective, and I also want to piggyback on what Dr. was saying and add, we see now tech hackathons where the top 3 winners are female-led enterprises. So absolutely, we are accelerating in a great way, alhamdulillah. So, but let me ask you, we have a lot of students, as I learned from our quiz that we just did a little while ago, we have a lot of students what is the role of the education sector to prepare you for this field? How can they prepare you? Anyone? Don't be shy. Oh, we got a couple hands over there.
We have a...
I'd like to hear from the students. Go ahead.
It would give us an introduction to... It would give us an introduction.
Introduction, yeah, awareness, right? What else? What would help you on your journey to becoming a data science? What else? What could your education institutions do for you? Anyone? One more? Everyone shy, really? When you look at the role of education and what our role is as educators or trainers, it's to optimize the learning experience, right? That's one of them. But also, it's to prepare our youth for the workforce. One of the things that we do at the KEYS project in our course number 2, we have the first workforce readiness program that stems in civic leadership. Why? I'll tell you in just a minute. First of all, our approach is utilizing the 21st century learning skills. Has anyone heard of those before? 21st century learning skills? This is, yes. This is your familiarity with technology. It's being able to work in teams and leadership. It's being able to develop those soft skills that help you deliver a presentation. It's giving you the tools that you need to be successful and what? Confident. So that way when you enter the workforce, there's a familiarity. That's our role and our job as educators. One of the things that I've discovered after we've trained, and alhamdulillah, thousands to date so far with KEYS, is you mentioned the sustainability, and I think we're going to talk about that in more detail in just a minute. But what we did is we developed those Century 21 learning skills within the community. Because what we found is that as educators, it is our job to get you excited, to get you passionate, to get you motivated, to be aware of what's happening around the kingdom. What are the SDGs? What do they mean? What are the different NGOs, NPOs, grassroots organizations? What are the things that are happening in your community so that you can get involved? Because one of the greatest things is when you complete your degree and you know exactly what you want to do, and you've had an opportunity to do so. So this means what? If you translate that into opportunities with data science, what does that mean? It means mentorships, exchange programs, opportunities for different collaborations. You have Zainab, I'm literally sitting, you guys, between Google and Microsoft. Yeah, come on. So it's being able to have the awareness to know that these programs exist and grab onto it so you get the experience, so that you're confident when you graduate.
Thank you very much. So before I answer the question, I just want to highlight how AI has really transformed in the past 5 years. Like 5 years or 7 years ago, it was just a concept, it was just a theory to talk about AI and machine learning and what it can do and what it could do. There are studies that says from 2019 till now, AI has progressed 5 times than it was 5 years ago. We've seen organizations that are actually deploying and applying AI in their day-to-day operations and processes. So it's not just a theory anymore, it's an actual use case and it's an actual application that we see it working almost on our daily basis. So working for Google, I'm sure everyone here uses Google tools and products on a daily basis. And all of these tools that you're using, like whether it was Gmail or YouTube or search, the number one thing we do is that we embed data and AI into our solutions and products. Data is our bread and butter, and we do data manipulation, data analysis with almost everything. So in addition to that, there are also so many solutions and tools and products that help students and developers that Google builds and capitalizes on in order to equip the students and developers all over the world to build applications using AI. Because AI has become so much more accessible, so much more affordable. If you have a use case where you want to build an AI or a data science model, you don't have to build it from scratch. You have all of these algorithms and libraries that are ready-made for you. You can just take it and deploy it and customize it according to the use case you have. Just throwing off some examples here. For example, with Google, we have something called Contact Center AI, which is basically an agent that you talk to, and then it responds. Of course, there is no human intervention. It uses AI. So you can use these APIs and embed them into your application and run that. For example, there is another tool called Translation Hub. I'm sure most of you have used it if you've traveled before. You take a picture of, or even like live, you open the camera and you scan a document or a page with a different language. It automatically detects that language and translates it into your own language, all using AI. For example, Document AI. Basically, take another snapshot of your document and it summarizes the content of that document and gives you insights about it. You don't have to go through all of the articles and so on. Vision AI. Apply it on your pictures or images and it will be able to tell you what that image is and what it does. So what I'm trying to say is that AI has become more affordable, AI has become more accessible, so there is really not much of an excuse for all of the students and developers not to use it on your daily life. You have all the tools, you have all of the programs, you have the platform, it's very cheap, it's becoming almost free to use, so you can just take it, deploy it, and run it on your use case. One of the things also I want to mention, because we're talking about education and how we can equip students and help them, Google has launched Center of Excellence back in November last year, which is basically, if you just go and Google Center of Excellence, KSI, which I really recommend everyone here to do so. It's a platform for all students, developers, or whoever is interested to become a Google certified. It will give you trainings and certificates. It will give you access to labs, materials, in order to learn about Google Cloud and learn about data science and AI. Because I'm really proud to be part of this organization, and I really think we know how to do AI and data manipulation. So we take these best practices and lessons learned and put them all together into these materials and help you get exposed to them and use them and run them, operate them in your daily life.
Thank you very much. I really like this connection that is coming out from our talk about how technology and data science can help us developing and improving our passion and our excitement and the love that we can use in what we are doing. I think this is, it makes me very happy. I'm starting my new question from Dr. Sara this time. You already mentioned earlier a little bit about the connection and the role of data science in promoting and helping us to create and to build a more sustainable world. So can you please tell us a little bit more about that, about how we can really become more sustainable and become stronger in being more sustainable, please?
Sure. So let me just pass to a question, just a show of hands. How many of you have identified an SDG goal that they are passionate about? Okay. How many students? We have incredibly ambitious goals in the kingdom. And you've heard them, right? Net zero by 2050, 50% by 2030. How do you reach those ambitious goals? And what is your positioning as data scientists? So when you're looking at impact, when you're looking at communities, when we were talking about social innovation, look at yourselves. Look within yourselves. I have a motto in life, by the way. It's live with passion, but most importantly, live with purpose. The most incredible day of your lives is when you discover what it is that you were put here on this earth to do. And that's why it goes back to the SDGs. It goes back to understanding in our communities, because once you've discovered that part about something that you love, something you care about, something that you cannot sleep at night if you just walked away from it, that's the kind of passion and energy that you should feel. I'll tell you something that now I can look back and I can share, but before I didn't. So, and alhamdulillah, as an accomplished, working in a lot of data analysis and projections and analytics and things like that, SPSS definitely is one of my best friends. But it wasn't always like that. I did Algebra 2 for 3 years in high school. Mr. Peterson in California literally said, "Sarah, you're pathetic," and he signed a piece of paper just so I could graduate. And it set me up for failure. What happened to me changed my life, and I want to share this with you. because some of you are still thinking what your position could be as a data science, right? Data scientist. I'll never forget when I was taking my master's in education research, system building. And we had to take a statistics course. And after my experiences with math and being told over and over and over again that I wasn't going to excel at it, I was the first one to make excuses to use the restroom or do something, or, you know, I put a block or a barrier. It wasn't until a professor, who later on became my chair for my dissertation, by the way, and my methodologist, pulled me aside and said, "Sarah, what does this data set mean to you?" I said, "These are just numbers." She said, "No. Look closer." And I just saw numbers. She said, this data that you're looking at represents recidivism rates of women who were incarcerated, looking in crosstabs of abuse, and looking at, and I won't get into too much detail, but it was evaluating a program and an initiative that would help them get back into society. It was the data that was giving a voice. And that's the thing, if you're lucky enough and you grab onto an opportunity to really represent that SDG that you love and care about, this is the positioning that you can do as a data science, is giving a voice to those numbers in front of you and making that impact.
Thank you very much. I'm getting a lot of signal that we are really running out of time. I'm so sorry. I think I will have to close our conversation, unfortunately, right now. The last question that I actually prepared was to ask you about the role of women in data science, but I think that actually this day can answer instead of all of us. So I really want to thank all of you to be here, to thank all our audience, thank to Zara Al-Kaf, Zaina Al-Amin, and Zara Kaleb. It was a great pleasure for me to have the chance to talk with you today. Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure. Thank you for having us.
I think there's more light behind.
Maybe come here in the center.
Everyone hold on. Okay.
Is it in the center?
Should we move over? I think we should move over a little bit. Are we centered? Yes. Oh, you want us back that way? No, just to come.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much. I'll take it out here.
Okay, before we continue with our upcoming keynote, I'd like to ask the audience a question. Who is from the panel discussion is a PSU alumni?
Ms. Zahra. She's our
Yes,
PhD.
that's correct. Yes. Also, another question, to be fair with everyone. The panel discussed a project that will empower women in data science. Can you recall the name of the project? The panel discussion named a project that will empower women in data science. Can you recall the project?
Keys.
Yes, that's correct. So we'd like to thank the panel discussion for a very enlightening conversation. Now please welcome to the stage our next keynote speaker, Dr. Amal Ashgar, Deputy Minister.
Well, hello everybody. First, I am very thankful to be here. I'm pleased to be invited to this such an event. Firstly, I want to thank Prince Sultan University, every single person work behind this event and behind this great conference, pushing the women and encouraging them to this to such a great field. Just give me a few times. Have we changed the presentation? It's in the works right now. Okay, so first I introduce myself, Dr. Amal Ashgar, the Deputy Minister for Scholarship and Ministry of Education. I'm grateful to be a computer science and computer engineering alumni, and that's something I believe it helps me through my career. First, I will just go through the agenda that we are going to discuss today. Brief introduction about AI, and I believe everybody here in Rome knows about that. Then we'll see what AI did in education. We will talk a little bit about the experience of COVID-2019 and the response all over the world, and also giving some details about Ministry of Education. I'll mention some top use cases in AI in education field. Then we'll talk a little bit about the main risks or issues that will come aligning with this emerging technology. As the beginning, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman has mentioned that we are an emerging field, and if we use such a technology and AI, it could help us to achieve more achievement, and also avoiding more risks coming to the university. It's a little bit far, so a brief introduction. Can I have it here so I can see it? Okay. The brief introduction. The first, I'll just be short on that. The starting AI, it started with a first programmable device. The first programmable device, the press called it the giant computer, and it was used by US Army. What was the reason? They want to make a machine to help them in mathematical scenarios and tools. After that, two scientists think about a workshop to make the machines intelligent back in 1950s. After that, a terminology called the AI winter. Why AI winter? Because the fund reduced by that time for about 20 years, and the AI just relaxed for a few years. After that, in 1960, the first AI research comes to the market. 2011, I can say, it was the first usage of the Apple uses Siri for AI as a usage, aligning with 2000 with the COVID pandemic. 2020, GoLearn platform comes to the market and helps also in education all over the world, and Ministry of Education uses that. Starting from 2020, I believe many institutions, many ministries are going forward to using AI. Here we will talk about what is AI. Basically, without reading that, we can say that we want the machine to act like a human, and that's the main purpose. Actually, it's not replacing the human resources, but we want to use the technology and also increase the quality of the work and make the human to focus in more areas and research. What AI can do in e-tech? Sir Alan, like 50 years ago, he was considered as a father of AI. He says that there is a light, there is many things by that time can we do, starting from the AI, and many things have done, but he can see a light coming forward, can help in the AI. Allow me to go there just a minute. Great. So the research said that 20 to 40% of the current worldwide tech teacher will be automated, can be automated, and this is a great opportunity. Teachers spend right now 11 hours preparing for their material, and that amount could be reduced to 6 hours. Also, 47 of learning management tools will be powered by AI, and that's also a great opportunity. AI also enabled the chatbot to respond to the student question in around 2.7 seconds, and that's a very great opportunities. If we talk about the AI first thing, it's a responsive. It helps to respond to the student's needs, either the kids, the person with disabilities. Also, it's adaptive. It allows the student to work and to learn all over the world, anytime, 24/7, and we've seen that. through the pandemic. Also decisive. Now using AI will help us to make more decisions and take more decisions based on ideas, and it can be done through the machine. Here is the experience about the COVID 2019 all over the world, and especially in Ministry of Education. For Rawdati, we have many platforms actually. Rawdati considered one of them. There is around 21,000 students got opportunity to use this platform, and also around 18,000 also teachers. Through Manassat Madrasati, around 6 million students uses this platform. I'm talking about just that year. Until now, we're still using this platform. Around 5,000 workers also use this platform. Almost 25,000 government entities, schools, we're talking about schools, uses this platform. More than 90 million virtual classes by that year conducted online also. 12 billion homeworks have been also conducted. 700 almost million also online tests used. In higher education, we can see the student who use this technology, 1.4 million students and around 2.6 million virtual classes. So we can see from that slide that we use the AI, we use the technology through the pandemic a lot, and also the UNESCO consider Ministry of Education in Saudi Arabia one among the four countries who uses and who was pioneered in using this technology through the pandemic. How education and technology empowers women education. If we talk about the statistics for the UNESCO considered around 40% of women all over the world going through the education system. However, despite all of that, more female going back and stay at home. And that we can see through our statistics. I'll tell you a story, one of the stories. Before I was in the Ministry of Education, I was in Ministry of Human Resources. And one of the projects that I have worked on is telework, helping workers to work from home. And that was 2016, way before the pandemic. And the main reason was to increase the the female going to the labor market by that time. And when COVID-19 comes, we can see that helps a lot. And I can tell here, the COVID-19 and use of technology helps the women through Manassat Madrasati a lot. By teaching, and I can tell here some statistics. We almost have around 1,300 leadership female in the education system, around 33,000 academic support members now are in the education system, and almost 397, almost 400,000 teachers used to be working from home while the pandemic and right now. They help them in many areas. The first, they have the access to the education. Now, every single female, also our males, they have the opportunity to reach or to access the educational system, and we can see some of the programs conducted online through using the technology. Also, it beats the gender disability. That's the great thing. Knowledge sharing. Now we have many platforms for female to share their knowledge and access to information. Every single person can access any information they need, any class, any statistic or research they want to conduct. This slide is very important. I believe for our students today, for our researchers. I'll just go a little bit about the top AI use cases in education. If you have your cameras, just take a picture so you can see the future opportunities for research. The blue ones, already we do it in Ministry of Education. However, the gray one is area of improvement, and it could be something we can help. We divide it through four steps. The first thing for pre-enrollment, now we have the virtual assistants for the pre-enrollment. The learning and design, already we also have some efforts through the learning and design. Learner experience, all these coming, I just mentioned the Madrasati and Rawdati, and there is many opportunities we can use here, either in public education or higher education or scholarship also. Workers and lifelong learner, also career advising, giving them opportunities after their graduation. Consider one of the things that we can taking in consideration, and I can say this is very great research areas that we can work on. Finally, the technology is a great thing. It can help us, and we already saw how much it helps us through the pandemic and currently right now. But also we have some main risks or main issues that we have to consider. First thing, there is a principle and regulatory framework. All the entities have taken this, have to have this in consideration to put a legal framework to frame all the things that we have to do. Also, we know that the parents sometimes they didn't want their kids to be exposed to technology or AR or something like that. So we have to put some rules for them, or at least to make them feel relaxed that everything is going on. So human-centered AI educational technology. Also, we have to take care of the human needs in designing all of that. Security privacy is always a problem or always a threat, but we have also to take this in consideration. Putting a framework for designing responsibility also for the learning system. Designing the learning system is something that we have to take care of in consideration. Taking in our mind the growth of the data. By 2025 will increase almost hundreds and hundreds. We have to take this in our consideration for big data growth. Briefly, that's what I can tell. Today, there is many opportunities, and as everyone said, around the platform that we use in education helps us, it empowers the women. Everybody was working through Corona. Now, even if you can say, if they say there is like a rain situation or something, they can still work at home. So there is many opportunities to help using AI technology, using other kind of technology education, and that's all what I can say. And thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much for Dr. Amal Shgar. It was a pleasure having you. Now, as a follow-up for her presentation, I would like to ask the audience a question. In Dr. Amal's presentation, she mentioned a figure that is popularly called the father of AI. Who could mention that figure? If I could have students raise their hand, I'll repeat the question. Who is commonly known as the father of AI? We have an answer?
John McCarthy.
That is correct, yes. To make sure that everyone is participating, I'll ask yet another question, and I really hope for your participation. Again, in reference to the presentation, there were 2 AI use cases mentioned in KSA. Could someone name them for me?
مدرستي وروضتي.
To make it clear, there were 6 AI cases. Mention 2.
وروضتي.
Come again?
مدرستي وروضتي.
I can't hear her.
مدرستي وروضتي.
Oh, yes, that is correct. Can you name another one? One more? It's an umbrella. Name the one tahta. That's good, that's good. Okay, so now introducing Dr. Reem Al-Attas. A pleasure having you, Doctor.
Test.
اوكي انا بتحرك خلاص شكرا ممتاز
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. No, you're so quiet. Assalamu alaikum again. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, thank you very much for having me with you today at Prince Sultan University. So actually, this is the third time that I participate in Women in Data Science. I believe, yeah, the first 2 were virtual. Thank you. And this is my first time being here in person. And by the way, my first time ever coming to Prince Sultan University was in 2009. I came here, yes. Yeah, I did not come here as a student, but I came here as a fitness instructor. But yeah, any one of you actually have been here in 2009, attended? Did you come to my fitness class? Yes? Nah. But today I'm not going to talk about fitness at all. Today I'm here to talk about the metaverse and education. So by show of hands, how many of you have been to the metaverse? واحدة. Okay, someone is one over there. الرجال يتمطع. He didn't even know the question. Okay, طيب. Another question. For the people who said no, we did not actually been in the metaverse. How many of you have used a VR display? Oh, خلاص, you guys have been to the metaverse already. So, I'm gonna ask, what is the metaverse? And since I talked about VR, the metaverse is a shared virtual reality space in which where users can engage with a computer-generated environment and each other through avatars. But why do you think we need the metaverse in education? They say that the metaverse have a huge potential in social aspects, in gaming, and on top of that, in education. So I want to ask you a favor. Please close your eyes. وروني بشوف. Did you close your eyes? لا لا لا. Close your eyes and imagine a world where students can travel through time, space, and beyond to experience anything and everything they want to learn. Now, أنا شايفة ما حد قفل عيونه. Open your eyes, okay, and take a look at this video.
So, we're gonna have an astrophysicist in the family.
Actually, I have to write this paper. Will you help me?
Let's take a closer look. What part of the solar system are we talking about?
Saturn.
If you were taking astrophysics, you could study in the metaverse.
Did you know the rings are made up of billions of icy particles?
Really?
Look at this.
You're ready to do that paper now, right?
Yeah.
In the metaverse, you'll be able to teleport not just to any place, but any time as well. Ancient Rome. Imagine standing on the streets, hearing the sounds, visiting the markets, to get a sense of the rhythm of life over 2,000 years ago. Imagine learning how the Forum was built by actually seeing the Forum get built right in front of you.
What do you guys think? This is gonna hugely impact, actually, the future of education. So the benefits of the metaverse for education includes enhanced engagement and interactivity. You know, we learn about history, but if you see history in front of your eyes, if you go actually to the old ancient, time, if you travel back in time in history, if you go to visit museums in Europe, in the US, in other continents, and you stay in the classroom, you stay at the comfort of your own home, this is one huge benefit of the metaverse in education. Our second benefit is opportunity for immersive learning experience. If you are actually trying to study abstract subjects, like for example, algebra, cells, you're studying about human cells, is it better to read or check a diagram of a human cell in a textbook, or you check it out in 3D? Exactly. Yeah, you check it out in 3D, you see the inside and outside of the cell. So immersive learning is another big benefit. The third one is increased accessibility and flexibility. For people or students who cannot go to school, they can actually study through the metaverse. They can use the pair of glasses, VR set, and study about any topic they want to learn about it. So examples of educational applications in the metaverse. Virtual field trips. We saw actually a student here who went to Rome, actually to check, the history of Rome. We as Muslims can go to visit the Kaaba, the holy Kaaba. We can see how it was actually built by the Prophet Abraham, peace be upon him, in the previous time. We can learn about different aspects. So virtual field trips is one educational application. Another one is exploring conceptual subjects, as the cell that we talked about, as also, the math. Math is hard, but, through the metaverse, it can actually become more interesting, more immersive for students. Last but not least, immersive group learning. A student from here, from Saudi Arabia, can work with another student in Egypt, in India, in America. Students from every part of the world can work together and come up with brilliant ideas in order to improve our world. Are you ready for another video? Yalla, let's take it. Guys, the video. Okay, I know it. Okay, احنا كويسين. لحظة. If the video is not working, we saw one, yeah. And now I want to ask you, imagine more applications. There's no need for the video. Can you tell me, shout out some applications? Examples, yeah, of using the metaverse in education. Applications. Industries, different industries, perfect. I'm gonna give you one example. In the medical field, you can actually, yes, do surgeries in the metaverse before actually going and apply. Virtual, of course. Dr. Fatma said virtual shopping, yes. This is a big thing. You can try all clothes, you can try all nice shoes and bags, of course. Keep this on the side. But actually, this can lead us to fashion design. Yes, because fashion designers can use the metaverse to design and draw their fashion, actually, like concepts. What else? We said history, medical, industry. Business, oh my God, this is a big one. Business simulations, this is a huge one. Also flights, I'm sure, before we drove, what did we do? VR. How many of you did the VR? I did the VR, I couldn't see anything. But I passed the exam, I don't know. Okay, shall we play it? Try, thank you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. But one day, this lecture hall will be made of code. And though they're virtual students, what they'll learn together is real. A surgeon will be able to practice as many times as needed in the
presentation, please. Okay, no need for that. Where's Nof? Nof, she should actually find some good questions from these videos for her quiz later on. Okay, halas, no need for this. So I'm gonna tell you, okay, we saw the benefits, we saw the applications of the metaverse. What do you think the challenges of using the metaverse are or include? What is it? Yes, exactly. Privacy and security is a big thing. As you just mentioned, identity is amazing. She needs a gift. Where's Nof? you deserve. Okay, you teach security. We're gonna talk. So absolutely, security and privacy is a big thing. Other than this, okay, yeah, privacy and security concerns. Another challenge is actually the hardware. Because, you saw the glasses in the videos. Do we have similar glasses nowadays? Not really, because the glasses that we have, to be honest with you, are underwhelming. I use them personally, and then you can see a small augmented reality numbers, that's it. What about this? So hardware is a big challenge. And our last challenge is related to equity and access issues. We said that one benefit of the metaverse is to provide accessibility. Children can learn, people can learn, but also, think more about it. People from unprivileged areas who don't have access to technology, we need to provide it, we need to provide equal opportunities for everyone. So equity is a big thing, that we need to consider. Future implications and possibilities, we can actually, it can impact maybe negatively the traditional educational models because, the teachers need to come out with new curriculums, with new pedagogy, with new ideas to use the metaverse in their, teaching methods. Opportunities for innovation and experimentation. Some of these experiments might be successful, some of them might be not successful. And finally, ethical considerations. Again, these are also big things that we need to consider. ChatGPT. Yeah. Is it allowed to be used here at Prince Sultan? No, okay. Because actually, I used to teach at NYU and they prohibited it. Yeah, you cannot use it at NYU. So, okay, why is that? Okay, how many of you tried ChatGPT? MashaAllah, MashaAllah, tabarakallah. You guys heard about it. Okay, if you tried it, you're gonna love it. Why? Because you should treat ChatGPT as your friend who knows everything. Like, yeah, I swear to God, sometimes I just stay bored at home and I'm like, hey, ChatGPT, can you tell me about, for example, what to make for dinner today? Yeah, I have zucchini and I have rice and I have chicken. And then you will have a great recipe for dinner. You can say, ChatGPT, I have an essay about security, for example. Security. I'm sorry, professor. Students, don't do that. You can go to ChatGPT, yes, and ask it, ChatGPT, can you write an essay for me about security? And in seconds, it will spit a 300-word essay. So it is amazing, but use it wisely. So ChatGPT utilizes natural language processing, personalized learning, and accessibility and inclusivity. So actually, ChatGPT can be utilized inside the metaverse in order to provide students with customized methods of learning, customized feedback, and that can enhance the inclusivity of the learning experience. So, in conclusion, I have to get back to my podium because we need to conclude this part. The metaverse offers exciting possibilities for transforming education by providing immersive and interactive learning experiences. While there are challenges and considerations to navigate, the potential benefits are immense, including enhanced engagement, immersive learning experiences, and increased accessibility and flexibility. As we continue to explore to the metaverse, we must consider the ethical implications and responsible use of this technology in education. And by doing so, we can ensure that the metaverse is a valuable and equitable learning tool for our children. And at the end of my presentation today, can I ask you a question? How many of you are ready to explore the metaverse? Yes, yes, bro, I love the two hands. So please add me on your social networks, LinkedIn and Twitter, and make sure to, where راحت? There are actually, oh my God, no, it's not there. Okay, anyways, make sure to double check my podcast on Apple Podcasts. It's called Dream Tech. And you will hear a speech about the metaverse and education, inshallah, released tomorrow. شكرا جزيلا ويعطيكم العافية.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reem. As Dr. Hiba walks, I just want to add a comment. Mashallah, the talk was very inspiring. And I want to share with you that as a part of the e-business program we have at the CCIS, I'm teaching a course from last semester where we introduce a module of metaverse. And it is so very exciting, of course, to do this part. However, as you mentioned, the challenge, the first channel, yes, the technical availability of the hardware, but of course they are doing some explorations using the Metaverse Studio. Yeah. So that is very, very interesting. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you.
I would just like to say thanks, Dr. Reem, for this amazing and very interactive presentation. And all of the above, we as an organizer were planning to match our outfit with our theme, but you made it. Super.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Reem. That was an extremely entertaining session. I'm sure we can all agree. So in follow-up to Dr. Reem's presentation, she asked the question in the beginning of the presentation, which was, what is the hardware that enables you to explore the metaverse? I'm sure it was very easy to focus with Dr. Reem since she is very captivating, mashallah. We have an answer here.
The glasses, we use
That's
those
correct.
goggles.
That's correct. VR goggles.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so now we will be taking a 1-hour break, resuming on 1:30. Thank you. Reminder, we will be offering lunch downstairs, so if you can please go at that.
Yeah, let it go.
Paper board here. If any presenter runs over time, the board will show you. So without further ado, I would like to invite our first presenter who will present her paper titled Data Science Approach for Climate Change in Saudi Arabia. And the authors are Faisal Turki, Fatma Mazmoudi, and Ilham Kariri. And they are from Prince Sattam University. So please welcome to our first presenter of this session.
First presenter of this session, who is that? Oh yeah, the first presenter, 1 o'clock. Oh, that's going to take a lot of time.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am Fatma Masmoudi, an assistant professor in the IS department in the College of Computer Science and Engineering in Prince Sattam bin Abdulaziz University in Al Kharj. Today, I am here to talk about our paper entitled Data Science Approach for Climate Change in Saudi Arabia, Trend Analysis. So this work is performed by our team composed of Dr. Ilham Kariri, the student Faisal Turki Athnayan, and I. Actually, Dr. Ilham and I are WIDS ambassadors, and the student Faisal is among the excellent students in our department. And when he started working on this project, he's still an undergraduate student. So among our this presentation, I will start with the general context of the work. Then I will highlight the problem statement and the motivations that encouraged us to investigate the climate change situation in Saudi Arabia. After that, I will fix our objectives and talk about our methodology to finish after that with the conclusion and some perspectives. So, concerning the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it's the 5th largest in Asia and the largest sovereign state in Western Asia and the 2nd largest country in the Arab world after Algeria. So the Vision 2030 is the most important point that characterizes this country during the last years. What are the goals of the Vision 2030? First of all, it aims at ensuring a vibrant society, a thriving economy, and an ambitious nation. With an important goal is the net zero by the year 2060. So you heard from the starting of this conference, you heard many times the word net zero. And at the same time, you heard many times about the word sustainability. Sustainability of the economy, the sustainability of healthcare, sustainability of the education systems, and so on.
So the big deal is not to create something new and it succeeds, but also it is good to this thing will be sustainable and resilient throughout the changements of the world, the technology, the environments, etc. So the sustainability is to accelerate the energy transition, achieve sustainability goals, and drive a new wave of investments. So here you talk about the climate change. What is the relationship with investment? The climate change is a situation or a case of a extreme weather change, only that. So the response is absolutely not. You hear a lot of time about the Green Riyadh, Saudi initiative, the Saudi Green Initiative, the Middle East Green NEOM projects, etc., etc. So here, throughout many years, Saudi Arabia worked on this topic, and which, by the way, influences or impacts that this country is aware of the situation of climate change. About the question, does climate change is related to only extreme weather change? Yes or not? As I said, the answer is absolutely not. The climate change is related to different factors. It is related to the loss of species, the usage of the resources like water, energy, etc. Not enough food, and it impacts the transportation and logistics, and the poverty and displacement, and the most important thing is the ESG score. ESG refers to environmental, social, and governmental. This score is composed of some factors according to which the organizations are evaluated. So the success or the sustainability of the organization overall, it depends on how this organization respects the factors of this score. By the green jobs, we hear lately by the green job, green tourism, green, etc., etc. So here, this is the relationship between climate change and the investment and the organization and the factor of sustainability. These factors represented at the same time the problem statement and the objectives that motivated us to move forward this topic. So among our objectives, we aim to understand the climate change situation in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia by, first of all, factor analytics, by analyzing the dioxide carbon emissions, rainfall, humidity, temperature, etc., etc., and the relationship between these factors, and prepare for prediction for the future. So just for the time constraints, our methodology is represented in this figure. First of all, we proceeded to collect data from various sources. Oops. I don't know, there are some slides that are not shown here. So first of all, after data collection, we proceed on cleaning the data throughout data pre-processing, feature engineering, and feature selection. And after that, I'm sorry, it didn't advance. Okay. So throughout the data preparation, so after that, we proceeded to make some visualization. I'm sorry, that doesn't work. I don't know why. So first of all, we analyzed the distribution of some factors related to the rainfall, the humidity, the temperature, the urbanization, the green plants, etc., distribution, and throughout the years and the regions. After that, okay. After that, we prepared for the data prediction
before the data prediction, we prepared what we call the correlation matrix to measure the relationship between some factors. We concluded, for example, that there is a negative correlation between the minimum temperature and the rainfall. That's to say, if one factor increase, the other factors decrease. And we prepared, for the prediction throughout the linear regression, and we evaluated throughout some metrics the results of this prediction. So what we did overall, we investigated the situation of the climate change in Saudi Arabia, then throughout the analysis of some factors. After that, we measured the relationship between the factors, and finally, we prepared for prediction for the future. And among our perspective, of course, is to expand our work with analyzing more factors as much as we can, and make the prediction more accurate. For more information from this place, I would like to say thank you to everyone who contributed for the success of this work. I would like to thank also the leaders of our department, Dr. Abdurrahman Abdel Jabbar and Dr. Fahda, for their encouragement for the faculty members as well as the students. And finally, I would like to say thank you to Faisal, the student Faisal, and we are here for any inquiries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fatma. Now I will open the floor to the audience for Q&A session.
Thank you very much. Climate is very important for any countries. Same goes to Saudi context. So, you know, the data, you collected the data from various sources and so on, and you showed the correlation. I think my suggestion or comments, what could be the implication for the policy side? Like, you know, what the country should do, or maybe particular entity or Ministry of Environment, Agriculture and Energy, like, you know, so that will give a very good value for your paper, because like, you know, the data shows, okay, this relates to this, because of this it is happening, but so what? Like, you know, how it will help the community, the environment for the Saudi regulator, the community and so on. So this is a very small comment to improve the paper. Thank you.
Yes, of course. It's important to say this happened, okay, but it will be more useful to say why it happened. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. This is Ahmed Al-Mansi from SPM. I'm one of the sponsors in this nice event. I have one question regarding the data collection. What be the tools already utilized by you? What kind of programming language which you already used? And all of such stuff. Can you give us more details about, please?
Yes, concerning the data collection, there are some various data sources that we are on which we were based, like Kaggle, our World Bank, etc. You know, the information about climate is very sensitive, and it's difficult to obtain. Sometimes we obtain some data and we check, and we conclude that it's not accurate, it's not useful. This is for the data collection step. For the second question concerning the tools and the programming language that we used for visualization and so on, we used Python language and the Jupyter Colab tool.
Thank you, Ms. Fatma.
You're welcome.
So our next presenter is Ms. Sylvia Mazzetto, also from Prince Attam University, will be talking about visualization approach to forecasting retail business. So welcome, Ms. Sylvia.
Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me? No. Yes, now it's working. Okay, thank you very much, thank you. So, okay, today, let's wait, okay. My name is Dr. Silvia Mazzetto. I'm teaching at Prince Sultan University, the Department of Architecture, And today I'm going to present you a kind of proposal for research. Actually, it's not research that is ongoing, but is like an idea for future, let's say, researches that can be developed at our department. So I will go throughout the presentation contents. So first of all, the title is Visualization, a possible visualization approach to forecasting retail business. The contents are mainly, okay, so there is a brief introduction. I will also introduce myself. Then I will talk about the need for retailers to target the future change in retail business. And the research is targeting the market in Saudi Arabia. I will refer to a kind of, let's say, background, historical background, and literature review that I've been going through. And I will present the methodology for research that is still undergoing, so it's just an idea, a proposal. And I will complete with some expected results and then the conclusions. So let's move forward. Yeah, you may ask to yourself why there is this interest in presenting a kind of forecasting business into the retail activities, especially in Saudi Arabia. It's because to my professional background. I've been working in construction field for many years, especially for a company, Permasteriza Group. I was working before in Hamad International Airport. Especially, I was dedicated to the construction phases of many interior packages. I will show you some of the examples. So especially, I was the retail coordinator of Qatar Duty Free area, and I work also with the interior premium lounges that they were designed by Antonio Citerio. I'm an Italian architect, so I mean, it's part of my background, my experience, and I was asking to myself, the reason for which in the contemporary retail strategies, so here I'm showing you some previous work. I think that there is another slide, doesn't appear. Yeah, it was about the retail Qatar Duty Free area. So the interior premium lounge is designed by Antonio Citerio, and then some retail units that I was working with some Italian brands in Qatar Duty Free. However, so nowadays we are facing a transformation in the strategies in retail. Most of the transformation are due to the rapid changes, especially due to the online market. The traditional retail system is not enough to our retailers, and so my question was how we can make the products unique and competitive to offer new users experience, especially using what is in architecture is very important, is the approach in visualizing items and also spaces. So the idea of the research, the methodology that I'm presenting today is trying to link my professional experience and background with my educational experience and targeting maybe the involvement of some students in possible researches that they can open the street and the door to relationship between the educational field and the professional field, especially in forecasting the business of retail that is going to be for the Saudi market, but also is very important also in the use of, let's say, possible new strategies that will be linked, especially with the online market that we are facing. So, yeah, doesn't work. I'm sorry. It's just me. I'm sorry, maybe. Okay, okay. So, one of the questions from the retailers is due to the fact that they need to invest money in developing new tools, new strategies for their business. So retailers recently, they faced, let's call it challenge, but it was also a kind of struggling in transforming different platforms and different spaces that we used to think that a space for retail is a real space in which you see things. Now the market is completely changed and we move into a platform that is totally online. So the sellers, they need to have, the idea of the research is to try to maybe collect some data and maybe to search for some relationship also with some possible companies, retailers that are here in Saudi Arabia, and maybe they are struggling to find innovation in the field of the data application, and is to, let's say, to try to forecast the future trends in the retail business. So I will just try to explain that, in retail, we, especially in retail, that is a business that is involving a lot of, let's say, sensorial aspect of our life, because if we are able to visualize an object, an item, probably the methodology in which we are able to perceive special texture component, characteristic of the good, is somehow influencing our choices. So the virtual spaces are nowadays completely transforming the market. And I'm showing you a picture here in which we have a real shop where the perception of, let's say, kind of freezing atmosphere is inviting you maybe to buy a coat just to somehow satisfy the perception of your physical emotion throughout the visualization of the space that you have in front of you. So not only real spaces, they can play an important role into the future of the forecasting, for forecasting the future business, but also the, let's say, virtual spaces. So when we think about a virtual space, nowadays we think about a possible platform. But I'm imagining that in the future, we will be able to circulate the space and to get some emotion, some perception from the space that are linked to some physical, emotional perception that we can get from colors, from light fixtures, from music, from sound, from flavors. So all those components, they can be combined and they can play an important role in the customer selection of possible items. So let's go to the background of literature review, the background of the research that I'm proposing. So I have been searching in literature review, and especially I was attracted by a conference paper that was published from the author is George Michael. The research is totally thinking or developing the idea of the visual space management, VSM, is a software that is nowadays used especially in the procurement of the real space material. And the intention is to integrate this kind of data collection with the possible visualization of information throughout a 3D interactive store, especially the market that is target, the Saudi Arabia market, because I'm working here, also my students are here, and also because I think that there are a lot of possibilities in the future for this country. So by adopting the same approach, the same methodology, the idea is to study more physical spaces, especially because in literature review there is not much about the transformation of data, collection of data that are for procurement of materials, transformation of those information into a possible management of 3D virtual space, virtual or let's say also a real place, a real store. Nowadays the market is targeting new emotional experiences, especially for the retail. It means that all the senses will be involved into the process of selecting some possible items, to buying something. Not only the visual approach, but also a kind of multisensorial approach to the process of investing money in buying something. Nowadays, the same approach is already used in some real spaces, some shops, where the merchandising, the visualization of item, the title, the colors, the flavors, they are affecting us, they are influencing us in our choices. So moving into a more specific proposed methodology for the possible research. I repeat it, this is just an idea. So actually I don't have real data, but I'm thinking about a possible development, is to select some companies, maybe two, three companies, to provide a kind of plan for the future studies to collect data. The data will be combined between the data that will be adopted by the historical background of the company. The retailer companies, usually they already have some historical information that can be merged with the visualization approach that I'm proposing to target a possible model, to create a model. The model is going to take a little bit of time, so approximately 2 years estimated time. The intention is to produce a kind of model that can be revised. We can revise the information considering a long-term or short-term action, and to forecast the possible investment for the future. So here I'm showing you how, from the paper that I've been studying, they are able to combine some information. The additional step is to move into something that is more three-dimensional. So the space will be not only virtual, but also a possible retail unit. So here I'm showing you some possible data collection divided by the store, the different store department, the items that we want to study the products. And finally, other slides in which probably at the beginning it's going to be difficult for the retailers to invest money in forecasting future business, but I think that it is going to pay in a long-term investment. So being able to control data and to do provision about the future of the possible selling of some special products, or to be able to interfere with the forecasting activity, I think that is going to pay off for the future. So the model is going to be cost-saving, possible to adaptation, customization, reusability, and possible modification of the components based in the. So yes, I'm almost done. I need to complete. So thank you very much. I just propose here a department. The research is ongoing, and maybe this is a good platform to share this initiative with my students, with colleagues, if someone can be interested. I just want to say thank you to the Department of Architecture. I'm part of the Sustainable Lab activities in the Department of Architecture. There is a very positive environment that is motivating research and also the work with our students. And I'm really proud that I'm able also to join my educational experience with a professional background, so I think it can help. Thank you very much. If you have questions, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sylvia, so for your nice presentation. Due to time issue, we have to move to our next presenter. If you have any question to Dr. Sylvia, please contact with her. She will help you. Thank you. So our next presenter will be talking about text meaning to analyze mammogram screen result for breast cancer patient in Saudi Arabia. And the authors are Mohammed Golab Ali, Mariam Al-Qasr, Amal Al-Tobaiti, Lubna Al-Zaid, Roa Al-Arefin, Sarah Al-Najim, and Yasmin Al-Salim. And they are from Imam University, and the presentation will be online. So please welcome to our next presenter.
Could you please confirm you can hear my voice and my screen is clear? Someone please confirm my voice is clear and my screen is clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu rasulullah. Assalamu alaikum everyone. And this is Dr. Mohammed Golab Ali here. And I'm going to present you about this text mining to analyze mammogram screening results for breast cancer patients in Saudi Arabia. This work is part of my students, my undergraduate students' work, but the students have already graduated. That's why I'm presenting on their behalf. Now, let me give a bit of a background. What is breast cancer? First, it's very important that we need to understand what is breast cancer. Breast cancer is a chronic disease that mostly affects the women, but sometimes it can also affect men as well. Now, in Saudi Arabia, half of the cases in the kingdom are detected unfortunately late. What it means that the disease is not being detected at the early stages. 1 second, I think the sound is being. So the aim of this research
I think we have lost our presenter. Yes.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Can you hear us? We'll send them a message in the WhatsApp. We'll send them a message in the WhatsApp.
Okay, due to some inconvenience, we have to move to our next presenter. Our next presenter is Dr. Hind Abdel Monem Khogali. And she is from Dar al Ulum University. And she will be talking about data science during COVID-19 coronavirus in sustainable teaching and learning in architecture engineering. So welcome, Dr. Hind. The floor is yours.
My name is Dr. Hind Abdel Monem from Dar al Ulum University, and I am going to discuss one of our research during COVID-19, and it reflects our experience in teaching and learning in architecture program during this period. The title of the research, The Effect of COVID-19 Corona on Teaching and Learning in Architecture Engineering College by Dr. Hind Abdel Monem Khogali, Assistant Professor in Architectural Philosophy, 2019, Master in Environmental Studies in 2005, and BSc in Architectural Engineering, College of Architectural Engineering and Digital Design, Dar al Ulum University. The abstract of the research on 11 March, the World Health Organization, WHO, announced that COVID-19 coronavirus became a global pandemic. Many governments are implementing measures that limit the number of people concentrating on the public space. Such measures have described the normal functions of the schools and university. The aim of this research is to study the effect of COVID-19 coronavirus on teaching and learning on Architecture Engineering College. Locally in Saudi Arabia, the higher education decided to complete the semester 2019-2020 on the online video conference and virtual classes. The paper will study the procedures applied by the university and the college to go on these different courses. Methodology on the research is applying survey to the student and record their response to the teaching and learning process. And the outcome of the research records a good experience and study the positive and negative points and may recommend to be applied in the coming future. The keyword of this research, teaching and learning in architecture engineering colleges, the learning outcome, then the effect of COVID-19 teaching and learning applied of data science in LMS. Procedures before applying the online system in Dar al Ulum University. They have gone in comprehensive workshops for the faculty member and the students how to use the Microsoft Teams during this period for our online learning system. Then this reflects immediately comprehensive workshops. then the virtual classes and using the student management system, LMS, on the university, contact by emails for the students. The second procedure, develop the course syllabus. We have to make sure that all assignments be applicable on the online system. Before COVID-19, the teaching and learning is face-to-face. Some studios, we have to make sketches with our students and follow up them. After that, it was very difficult, especially for studio classes. Even the survey we distributed reflect that the students facing difficulties in follow up the studio class. Then the Ministry of Education said that the continuous will be 80% and the exams only 20%. This table was based on the syllabus, showing the relation and the alignment between the assignments and the course learning outcome in the knowledge, cognitive skills, and responsibility, communication, psychomotors. And this was changed after that and developed into 3 course learning outcome: the knowledge, the skills, and the values. The third procedure developed the course specification. And at the last column, we can see how we can measure the course learning outcome achievement. For the knowledge, 90%, cognitive skill, 98%, and the other skills, 87, 85, and 100%. During the COVID-19, we can see that the course learning outcome, it was increased. Because I think it is very specific situation that the teacher deal with the student with some of kindness. We need to let them feel comfortable, not be afraid because of this situation. That's why the higher education give only 20% for the final exam. And the most grades is only for the interactive and the homeworks and the assignments. These photos from some courses that I teach in the school and the online, like history of education, urban planning, environmental studies, our interactive with our students. For the e-learning, we need the platform. This is the platform of Darul Uloom University, the LMS, Student Learning Management System, SIS, Student Information System. This is the basic kind of interactive between the teacher and the student, how we contact them. All the information is in this platform. The fifth procedure, Student Management System, as we can see, all the assignments are pasted on the top of the page, and the quizzes, all the quiz and the midterm and the final exam are online. The assignment can be graded and some comments given to the student. And the student can see his development of grades through the LMS. All the grades are in front of him. He can see the continuous and follow up himself and develop. The methodology of the research distribute of this form through Google Form to take the response of the student about the e-learning system during this period. Which program they used, all the students answered Microsoft Teams. Do you think your experience with the online learning was effective? Most of the students, they said yes, it was effective, and the average is only 14, disagree about 9 students. Which type of exercise is more effective? The PowerPoint presentation. All of them answered, most of them answered that PowerPoint presentation is the most effective exercise. For the project, only 9 students agree about the design projects. Sketches, 5 students, and design projects disagree 9 students. Which program you use in the assignments? They said Word program, Exit program, the AutoCAD, and the 3D Max in our college. How do you describe your experience with the design studio in the online classes? 10 students, they agree about the experience, 14 agree, and 7 are average. We have 20 students, they are not agree about the online system. How do you describe your experience with the theoretical courses? We have most of them, they agree about the theoretical courses, 13 average, and 5 disagree. So we can see that, obviously, that the students agree about the theoretical courses, and most of them, about 50% of the students, they are not agree about the studio courses. During the online class, do you face any technical problems? Some weakness on the internet. 3 students, they have no laptop. The class is too long, about 6 students. I couldn't follow up the teacher, 6 students, and 18, they have no problem. Which method of the interacting you use by, how did they contact by the teacher? 16 about LMS, 28 email, and 8 students about WhatsApp. During the online class, are you facing a health problem? 13 students, my eyes tired, and 12 students, my back is tired. 1 student, they have a problem in legs, and 26, they have no problem in health. Which course more excited to you? 9 students, they have landscape, 7 sanitary, 9 history, and 7 history also, 2, and 21st design studio. Which method of assessment is more effective? The online exams, midterm exams, discussion, the small projects, and the landscape. Write about your opinion about the whole experience. Some students said that they love the experience. Others said teacher help us more. Some are good and some are bad. Design studio is no effect, if it is not effective on the online classes. This sheet analyzes the method of assessment before and during the COVID-19. In architecture school, we have some quizzes, direct methodology of teaching, quizzes, midterm, and assignments. All they are effective in the online system. Then we have comparison, analyze case studies, PowerPoint presentation also are effective. Discussion, small projects, it's effective. And design studio, most of the students said it is not effective. During the COVID-19, we couldn't have the site visit because it is forbidden by the dean and the college because of the situation of COVID-19. And we couldn't make 3D model design for design studio. Now we come to the conclusion. The research concludes that the workshops, it has to be continuous training program for the faculty member during and after the COVID-19. In addition, the research concluded that develop the program learning outcome and course syllabus, course report, course specification is becoming crucial. The research concluded that the assessment method should be supported by the continuous evaluation of the students. The research concluded that the teacher should encourage the student for communicate by LMS and other. The problem facing the virtual classes, most of the students are facing weakness on the internet. Others said the class is too long and they cannot follow up the teacher. With the research recommend raise these problems to the IT to solve the weakness in the internet. And some students, about 6%, they have no laptop. We should raise this issue to the university to help them. Thank you, and this is by Dr. Hind and my communications, email, and on the Twitter and LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hind, for your wonderful presentation. Now I will open the floor for the audience for the question answer. Is there any question for Dr. Hind? And also for the Dr. Sylvia, if any question. No question. Thank you so much.
Dr. Hind, so you did this research only on architecture, right? And I think it's probably one of the very challenging topics or subjects that can be done through online. But what will be your recommendation for the future to be able to use online effectively for architecture courses?
Yes, nearly we have a workshop with the quality unit in Dar al Uloom University. And the good news, they will have some courses will be able on the online, like administrative courses, MPA like this. And also, they apply the quality matter, quality in the e-learning on the LMS, Student Information System and Student Management System. Yes, thank you.
Thank you once again, Dr. Hind. Any question for Dr. Sylvia? No question. Thank you. Our next presenter will be talking about assistive tools to describe images for blind and visually impaired, and the authors are Reem Abdul Katani, Kamra Al-Mutairi, Rima Al-Ukaili, and Haifa Al-Qasim. They're from Imam University. So please welcome to our next presenter.
Hello, I am Reem Al-Qahtani, and I will present our research. In this study, we proposed AIN, which is a tool, assistive tool to describe images for blind and visually impaired users. The blind and visually impaired user must use the screen reader to access their smartphones, which is a technology that helps them to access the digital content by using the voiceover to read out loud the content, and the user can double tap to choose the item. But the screen reader cannot describe images for them. So we have published a survey to 200 people of the target group who speaks Arabic, and we asked them what social networking apps they use the most, and do they use any tool to describe images? And if yes, what are they, and what are the main problems with these tools? And if there are any suggestions to improve their performance. We got 47 responses. 55 of them uses Twitter, and 38 use Instagram. 68 doesn't use any tool to describe images, and 32 said yes. And the most used tool is Envision AI, and Seeing AI, and Snapseed. The main problems with these tools is the inaccurate description, especially in Arabic, and the inaccurate audio description. And they suggested the description appears in text and audio, and describe it in Arabic. And finally, we asked them, do they prefer the description appears automatically or manually? 56 said automatically. So our aim is to build a tool to describe images for the blind and visually impaired users in Arabic. This paper was built in 3 phases. First, the information gathering. We published the survey and we reviewed the state of the art. Then analysis and design the software. Then finally, implementation, testing, and evaluation. We implemented our tool using the proper APIs, and we tested it on Twitter, and we evaluated by the volunteers. The main features we provided in our app, in our tool, describing images in text and audio in Arabic, and describe images by the model and the volunteers, recognize objects and faces, and supporting Android operating system. And as you can see in the figure, the user will share the tweet link, then the Ain application will describe the image in Arabic, in text and audio. To implement the AI description, we used a pre-trained model from Clarify, which can operate in one of the three functionalities. First, the unimodal encoder is trained with an ITC loss to align the vision and language representation. Then we have the image-grounded text encoder is trained with an image-text matching loss to differentiate between the positive and negative image-text pairs. And finally, the image-grounded text decoder is trained with language modeling loss to generate captions given image. And for the text-speech algorithm, we use Google Speech API to read the description to the users. And here is a demo. The user using the screen reader, they can share the tweet of the link of the tweet and share it on our tool, then request a description. The tool will display the description and the option for extra descriptions by the volunteers. For testing and evaluation, we published a survey with 200 images, and we asked the volunteers to describe the image and rate the AI description out of 5. We compared between the model's description and the volunteer's description, and the results showed 88% accuracy. In conclusion, the final product is Ain, which is an Android application to describe, and it's composed of image text, ITC, ITM, and LM modules to implement the AI description. In addition, more description can be added by the volunteers for more accurate description. To improve Ain, we will work on extending the Ain application to describe videos and supporting different smartphones operating system, and adding other female and male voices, and extending the Ain application to describe other images in other apps. And thank you.
Thank you for your delightful presentation. Now for the question answer. Okay, thank you so much. So our next presenter will be talking about implementation of an effective framework. Our next presenter will be talking about implementation of the effective framework in merging cybersecurity and software engineering. And the authors are Sara Al-Hukail, Nur Shahida Mohammad Jamil from Prince Sultan University. So please welcome to our next presenter.
Assalamu alaikum. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Sara Al-Hukail, software engineering cybersecurity track student at Prince Sultan University. So today I will present my research paper about an implementation of an effective framework that merging cybersecurity and software engineering. So to start up with, the outline for the presentation will be the introduction, literature reviews, and the purpose of the research and future work, a framework and research methodology, merging cybersecurity and software engineering, practices includes the studies methodology, software assurance maturity models, finding and conclusion. To start up with, we know that nowadays cybersecurity has taken a place in so many fields. So in software engineering, we have the software development life cycle. It has so many phases. Not necessarily that it includes the security. So this is a big problem in the industry, especially in the business industry. So many literature review, there's so many literature review, they didn't discuss about how we reach a good quality of software using the software development life cycle with security. So this make the cost will be so high, also the time will be so long. Purpose of the research and future work. In this research, we only consider safe software development approach that includes security principle in every step of software development life cycle. For this reason, this study does not address the security activities and of maturities, models, or approaches that only address one phase of the software development life cycle, the SDLC. We are also on the lookout of the software security development, the SSD process that aren't technology specific, that can be related to IoT or IT in general. So we will start with the first phase in the software development life cycle, which is requirement. Gathering information, sitting with the client, and see what we can do to reach a perfect product. So here, as you can see in the figure, in the table, we have the activities for the requirement. For example, inception. The challenges in this phase is a shared understanding of requirement. The solution will be all stakeholders need to agree on requirement definition. Other phase we have in software development life cycle, the design. This is a very crucial phase in the software development life cycle. Why? Because a good decision will be implemented here. Also, bad decision will be here. So let's take one activity from the design phase. For example, identify design asset. The issues will be establishing design security requirement. The solution will be policies to keep your design as applied economy of mechanism simple as you can. We have also in the software development life cycle the coding phase. Coding is one of the most important part of the software development life cycle, since protecting computer software from security vulnerabilities requires the use of secure coding practices. We have in the coding phase, we have, for example, one activity is that choosing coding language. The solution will be the challenges will be buffer overflow. Solution will be perform source coding by following a secure coding checklist and practices. We have also here testing and integration phase in the software development life cycle, which is the goal, with the goal of testing and integration phase is to validate that each individual system component as well as the whole system as a whole. Performance as expected. We have activities here, for example, system testing. Challenges will be using multiple approach. Solution will be test cases should be guaranteed based on the output of the requirement phase. We have also employment phase. This stage involves the actual deployment of the program, although it seems easy, but it is not always straightforward. to match up new software with an old system. The program is left open to wide variety of the security risks until patches are developed to address the fault. We have an activity in this phase, for example, like corrective maintenance. The challenges will be is possibility of misconfiguration. Solution will be management process, document change. So now we figure that using just software development life cycle we will not achieve the security. So the solution is we take the software development life cycle and goes parallel with the security. Like here, for example, we have each phase include the security. For example, started with the requirement, we will consider that secures of security requirement, data classification, use case and misuse case model, risk management. For safe and high quality software, the suggested framework recommended include security best practices for the start of the project all the way through to deployment without increasing project cost, timelines, as well as for a company's business continuity will minimize the rework. Practices included in the studied methodology. We will start with Microsoft and Google. Microsoft noticed that two secure practices, executive support and educational and awareness, because these steps are the most successful at reducing the number of code bugs. Google methodology is to make sure requirement important to understand and assess the attacker's motivation. Software assurance maturity models. Organization may gauge their software security and software development lifecycle maturity with the use of software assurance maturity models. Data from software security surveys are used to inform these models. Maturity models categorize the development of their security procedure into a series of tiers. If security practices is categorized a lower maturity, then it's simpler to implement. Finding the secure software development lifecycle shows that security measures are imperfect. Microsoft SDL and NIST 800218 create vulnerability severity and minimum acceptable security performance criteria using vulnerability severity scores. Google's methodology authors intend to investigate its security-focused culture. Since human-controlled security, everyone is responsible. CLASP touched one of the ethics in secure software development. The organization should behave ethically, but should not expect individual components to be ethical. We will consider that understanding human behavior, policies, strategies, standard and convention, auxiliary practices of incident or vulnerability response, communication process, and customer responsibilities by determining the major and auxiliary sub-process, BI process verification. In conclusion, we examined security application in the software development lifecycle at a relative stage and discovered that the process includes more than technical safeguard. Measure security promote a security culture, create rules and plans, improve team communication, follows ethics, and protect sensitive data. After reviewing the author's evidence, we found that most strategies just claim to improve software security. Methods may overlook efficiency. Two of the 8 research article employ cases studies to discuss security process requirement and design. Due to a significant cost of guarding against pre- and post-precondition attack, many companies establishing large software companies struggle with software security development, we want to construct a security software development platform for small business to better the economy and the society. Thank you. Any question?
Thank you, Sarah, for your wonderful presentation. Any question to Sarah? Thank you once again. So our next presenter will be talking about alarm rationalization for cybersecurity monitoring. And the authors are Sarah Al-Abdul Hadi and Ali Al-Motak. So please welcome to our next presenter, and they are also from Prince Sultan University.
Assalamu alaikum everyone, and good afternoon. This is Sarah Al-Abdul Hadi, a senior vulnerability management and penetration testing senior analyst, who was also interested in data science and machine learning. I will be proposing today a solution for a cybersecurity challenge using machine learning, and alarm management and standards. So starting first with a very simplified cybersecurity sample scenario, starting with an application that have been recently developed. It will go for the penetration testing team for a security assessment. Once the security or the penetration testing team have performed the security assessment, they will generate a report. It is called penetration testing report, and it has all the findings for the application and assessment. Once it is performed and vulnerabilities have been found, the application is now ready to be launched and accessible via internet. So being accessed via internet would increase the possibility of attackers targeting the system, right? So what happens if an attacker tried to send a malicious request and target the system? What will happen is that a cybersecurity alert would be triggered for the cybersecurity monitoring team to take an action and handle this request and change if anything is needed. So actually, these numbers of alerts are huge, not only due to attacks and the number of increased attacks, but also because of the misbehavior of the legitimate users. They can trigger alerts for the cybersecurity monitoring. So this massive alerts can overload the operator to the point that he cannot evaluate or prioritize alerts correctly, and it consumes his time. And then eventually he may miss a very important or serious alert that need an immediate action. So us saying that cybersecurity specialists or a monitoring team are receiving so many alerts, how can we judge? So we refer to ISA 18.2, which is an industrial alarm management standard. ISA 18.2 has stated that an acceptable rate for an operator to handle every minute is 1 or 2 alarms at maximum. However, there is an acceptable level up to 10 alerts per minute in extreme cases only, which should be rare. ISA 18.2 has also stated that, or has also suggested the categorizations for the level. They are saying that critical alerts should not exceed 1% of the total alerts, and high alerts should not exceed 5%. Unfortunately, this is not usually the case with cybersecurity alerts, and numbers highly exceed these values. So what we are today proposing is we need to prioritize or reprioritize the cybersecurity alerts based on penetration testing findings. So whenever a penetration testing is performed and finding is there, we will increase the severity of the alert. However, if the penetration testing is there, and however the vulnerability is not there, the vulnerability the alarm is assuming the behavior is doing, we will decrease the severity of this alert because we have guaranteed that this vulnerability in some level is not present. This is simple enough, right? But what there's another situation. What if the PT is not there, or the penetration testing have never been performed for this application in any way? So in this case, we won't touch this alert, and we will keep the severity as is, because we don't have confirmation to this. Our matrices, after applying the rationalization and our equations, will be like this. First, when there is a BT and a finding. Second, when there is a BT but no finding. And last, when there is no BT. So we said that we will reprioritize the alerts based on penetration testing. But let us see how similar are these. Above is an example. Sorry. Yes, here. Above is an example of a penetration testing finding. As you can see, it is written in the testers find language, and terminologies. If I will read the first line, it was observed that multiple pages were vulnerable to SQL injection, which may lead to application compromise. And then the tester continued describing the vulnerability as he see it. However, for the alerts, it is written differently with a description and also a technique ID. As you can see, SQL map can be used, which is a tool, can be used to automate exploitation of SQL injection vulnerability. And then we have a technique ID over there. So alerts seem more standardized to me. But this can be easily mapped, right? These two things. But what if we have a large number of findings and a large number of alerts? What would happen? It would be a massive task that cannot be done by humans. So here are other examples of penetration testing findings. Those all findings are for SQL injection, but found by different penetration testers, and the description is written differently by each tester. However, on the other side, we have a subset of the alerts, what matter for us only, the descriptions and the technique ID. As you can see, both descriptions are for SQL injection tools, and both descriptions have the same technique ID, which might be useful for us here, right? Because it seems that there is a standard and the technique is very neat. So what we will be doing here is we will use the alerts. But alerts are depending on a framework, cybersecurity framework that is widely used. It is called MITRE ATT&CK. MITRE ATT&CK is actually a model that describes the phases of the attack and adversary's behavior. It also categorizes tactics and techniques. If you see in the matrix here, it's not responding. It's lacking.
There is some technical issue, just 1 minute. They're trying to fix it. Oh, it's working.
Okay, going back to MITRE ATT&CK, as I said, MITRE ATT&CK is a model that categorizes tactics and techniques used by adversaries or cybersecurity researchers. So the first row you see in blue is the tactics, and the rest are the techniques. Each technique is also linked with relationships. Relationships, as we've seen, for example, the tools. Tool is a relationship with the technique that this technique is using this tool, or with group of adversaries or attackers. So it is more complicated than this, but this would be enough for us to know that we can stand on this framework and do our mapping based on this framework. So we need to automate the process of mapping penetration testing back to MITRE ATT&CK. So we will be using an NLP, natural language processing model, that can automate the process of mapping for us. The algorithm that we will be using for today is doc2vec, or document to vector, where each document or word would be visualized as a vector to find the similarity between two different sentences. So this is a sample output of the model. The model can take a finding and then reply with the most similar relationship, or the opposite, it can take a relationship and outputs the most similar finding. So going back to our initial problem, now we have one extra attribute in our table for findings, which is technique ID, making it similar to the alerts. And we will do our mapping to experiment our solution by combining the findings and alerts together to find the rationalized alerts. So starting with the experiment, we have obtained a data set of 46 applications. 3 of the applications had no BT, and we had also 383 alerts, along with the 363 findings. The findings and alerts severities are categorized as follows, and what we will do now is combine these or integrate these together. As you can see, the alerts have a very high number of critical and high vulnerability that exceeds 50%. So what we did is, after performing the rationalization, we have, instead of 29% of critical alerts, we have now only 2%. And instead of 23 high vulnerabilities, alerts, we have only 12%. Making it now very closer to the ISA 18.2 suggestions, which is 1% and 5%. Although it is not perfectly fit within the ranges, it is now closer. So now it is less. We have reduced the number of critical and high vulnerabilities, right? But is it for the better? We don't know. We need a further validation, right? To validate further, we have compared the false positives and false negatives alerts after rationalization and before rationalization as well. And as these pie charts demonstrate, there are 3 critical false positives before the rationalization, and after rationalization, these 30 are now medium or low, which have less opportunity to waste the operator's time and be investigated, right? So in conclusion, reprioritizing alerts based on penetration testing findings have effectively reduced the number of, or the percentage of critical and high alerts, from 52% up to 14%. This is actually a great improvement, and we hope we can see that security teams are using this approach in the recent future. So thank you all for your kind attention, and I would gladly answer your questions now.
Thank you for your very nice presentation. Any question? Thank you once again. Let's welcome to our last presenter. We will be talking about a comparative assessment of accomplishment of sustainable development goals in tropical region. And the authors are Rosvine Joy, Smita Sharma, Jolly Sahni, Srijit Umathirian, and they are also from Prince Sultan University. The presentation will be online.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon,
So please
everyone.
welcome
Can you hear me
Rosvine Joy.
properly? Hello?
You're audible, Dr. Rosevine.
Thank you so much. So my PPT is also visible, right? I have shared.
The PPT is not visible as yet.
I have shared. Can you please confirm?
Can you hear us?
Yes. I can. Is it
We also can.
visible
So
now?
we can start now.
Yeah, thank you. So today we are presenting on the topic a comparative assessment of accomplishment of sustainable development goals in tropical region. As we all know, sustainable development goals are 17 goals which are interlinked goals which are a blueprint to achieve better and sustainable future proposed by United Nations. We know there are 17 goals, 169 targets, which is signed by 191 UN member states, and we are supposed to achieve it by 2030. So these are known as UN Resolution 2030, and it is to eradicate poverty, inequality, creating inclusive economic growth, and preserving the planet. Though there are 191 countries are signatories, we all know with climate variability, the pressure on tropical regions are going to increase with the sea level rise and with the sea level rise, and also with related to the other climate variability issues which we have, the pressure of more and more population is going to move towards the tropical region. So even though we are aspiring to grow all the and achieve the UN goals, SDG goals by 2030, what will be the scenario when we are having a scenario like a sea level rise and more population moving towards tropical region? This makes us to inquire on this line on how tropical Asian country, we are specifically working on tropical Asian country and finding out how they are performing, because there will be a lot of pressure on these countries to perform in the long run by 2050. So to this, what we have done is we have taken the Sustainable Development Report of 2022, and we have used data visualization technique using Tableau 2022 version. And we have selected 18 countries which are named as tropical Asian country in the World Population Report. And and as per the SDG performance, it is differentiated under five basic criteria, which is color coded. Like the country is termed as green, they achieve the goals; yellow when they have challenges; orange when have significant challenges; red major challenges; and gray when there is insufficient data. So the first goal which we are going to look into is the first goal is no poverty and zero hunger, and the second one is zero hunger. If you look into the goal number 1, we are calculating this index by considering the poverty headcount rate, and we can see that we don't have sufficient data from Oman, Saudi Arabia, and Yemen, and whereas we have challenges for countries like Vietnam and Sri Lanka, and goal is further the goal achievement is only with UAE, China, Maldives, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand. So there exist significant challenges for countries like India, Philippines, Bangladesh, Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar. So from this report, we can sense that even though we have done quite an impressive work on end poverty, there is we need to do more to achieve this.
Professor Rosu, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the slides are not moving ahead. It's still there on the first slide.
Sorry, I don't
yeah,
know. Now it is there? Okay. I think when I put it in presentation mode, it is not moving. So I will put it in this mode. Fine. Okay, so this is the second one is zero hunger. The second goal, zero hunger. In this particular case, we are looking into the malnutrition, stunting and wasting, obesity among wasting in children less than 5 years old. and obesity. These are the parameters we try to study on to find out this index. And in this also we can find that none of the tropical countries are actually performing well in this regard. So we have a serious food crisis which is going to, which we are looking at by 2050. Even if 2030 we achieve certain goals, when population move towards the tropical region, we are going to have a high level of food insecurity issues. The next one is goal number 3 is good health and well-being. This is studied based on maternal mortality rate, national infant mortality rate, then death rate, traffic death, life expectancy. These are the parameters we study to understand the good health and well-being. If you look into the tropical region, how they are performing, we can say that countries have made significant progress, but at the same time, major challenges are there for Bangladesh, Cambodia, Vietnam, Indonesia, India. There are failures in reducing the use of alcohol, building proper health workforce, etc. However, it is one best part is that 83.3% of the birth in tropical Asian countries is attended by a skilled health workforce, which is good for us. Positive part. The fourth goal is quality education, and the quality education we are looking at quality education based on the parameters like early education, providing primary school enrollment, lower what is the level of secondary school completion, literacy rate, and literacy rate, and the involvement of science performance also. And in this case, we can see that we have made some countries are pretty ahead in tropical region. However, relatively we are doing well here, but we don't think that we can achieve the goal by 2030. 2030. However, comparatively, the literacy rate in tropical Asian countries is 93.4% in 2018. So that means that we may move to a knowledge economy in a long run. So this is one thing which we can deduce from this particular analysis. Goal number 5 is gender equality. Interestingly, none of the tropical countries are doing well here. There is significant challenges, and this is technically looked into the demand for family planning, female to male ratio, seat held by women in national parliament, etc. And we are, as tropical country, we are not performing well. Next is the clean water and sanitation. Here also, this is the goal number 6. We have significant challenges, especially for Maldives. The major challenges for countries like UAE, Bangladesh, India, Saudi Arabia, Singapore and Yemen. And so it's a big concern, and it is going to increase in these regions with growing population demand also. We have to actually look into this issue, like our food crisis, which we are looking in the goal number 6 as well, as an issue which we need to dealt in the future. Next one is the affordable and clean energy, goal number 7. In this criteria, we look into how many people have access to electricity, access to clean fuel, CO2 emissions, etc. And we can see in goal number 7, there exists significant challenge, because mostly it is orange and red color. The criteria means there is a significant challenge, and only 23% of the region have final consumption of energy depends on renewable resources. So we have to look for renewable sources as well if we have to do well as a tropical region. The goal number 8 is decent work and economic growth. This we look at the adjusted GDP growth. Is there a slavery there, unemployment rate, and labor rights, etc. These are the criteria which we use to understand the decent work. Here also we can see that there exist major challenges for countries like UAE, India, Cambodia, Myanmar, Philippines, and Yemen. Significant challenges are there for other countries like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, China. So this has to decent work and opportunity to enhance legitimacy and human rights aspect is becoming pertinent. Now, with regarding to goal number 9, the industry innovation and infrastructure, if we look how we study this is with regarding to population using internet, mobile, broadband subscription. Then articles published in academia is another, expenditure or R&D, female share in STEM. These are the criteria which we use in this particular criteria, and we can see that only Singapore has been able to fulfill the goals. All others are trailing behind. Mainly the challenges are for Maldives and Vietnam. Next is the goal number 10, reduced inequality. In this, we use various variables like Gini coefficient, Palma ratio, etc., elderly poverty rate. These are the criteria which we use to study this particular goal, and we found that in there is achievement of this goal is for Maldives and Vietnam. There is insufficient data for some of the countries. However, there is significant challenges for other countries like Bangladesh, China, Yemen, Sri Lanka, Thailand, etc. When we look into the sustainable cities and communities, which is the goal number 11, we can see we study that based on the priority proportion of urban population living in slums, access to improved water sources, satisfaction with public transportation, etc. And we can see with regarding to that countries like Bangladesh, Indonesia, India, Myanmar and Yemen has challenges persisting in these countries. The goal number 12, responsible consumption and production. There is significant progress which has happened here, and this is basically with regarding to municipal solid waste, electronic waste, SO2 emission, nitrogen emission, export of plastic. These are the criteria which we use to understand the responsible consumption and production, and we can see that there exists major challenge for countries like UAE and Singapore, and goal has been achievement has been for Bangladesh, India, Cambodia, Philippines and Yemen. In goal number 13, climate action, we look into CO2 emission from fossil fuel and also carbon pricing. Scores is what we look into understanding the goal 30. We can see that some of the countries has done very well, like India, Cambodia, Philippines, Bangladesh. They have done well. However, there is a challenge for Singapore, UAE and UAE. And regarding to life below water, we can see it is mainly looked into the marine ecosystem, basically the saltwater ecosystem, by looking into the ocean health index, fish stock, etc. And we can find that there is significant challenges for various countries like India, Cambodia, Sri Lanka, and there is insufficient data for some of the countries like Laos. The goal number 15, life on land. This is again looked at from the freshwater ecosystem and the terrestrial land, how we are performing, and whether there is many animals in the red list by IUCN, terrestrial and freshwater biodiversity, etc. And we can see that most of the countries, tropical region is not at all doing very well here, and there is significant challenges in almost all the countries. And goal number 16 is peace, justice and strong institution. This we look into homicides, then number of prisoners, safe to walk at the night, what is their perception, property rights, press freedom, freedom of press. These are the things which they look into for understanding the criteria, goal number 16. And data suggests significant challenges for countries like UAE, China, Singapore, etc. And the existing major challenges for countries like India, Sri Lanka, Myanmar and Vietnam. The last goal is partnership for the goals, that is goal number 17. And this we look into government spending in mainly in health and education and corporate tax havens and statistical performance indexes. And we can see that here also there are challenges for Maldives and Vietnam, and major challenges are there for Bangladesh, Indonesia, India, Sri Lanka and Myanmar. So however, there is if we want to have more partnership, there is need for increasing the partnership from the communities or major stakeholders in the sustainability initiative, which need to be evolved. After discussing all these 17 goals, we can see that the tropical region as such is not doing very well in many of the goals which we have highlighted, and a policy intervention is required in this area. Looking it from a tropical region, considering with climate variability, tropical region is going to have a higher level of pressure in addressing these issues. At the country level and as a regional level, there is an improvement in an increase in the partnership is required in SDG, and an enhanced initiative on SDG 17 is required to build on the partnerships. So to conclude, we suggest that when we look at from the SDG perspective from a tropical region, we can conclude that various policy interventions are required, looking at the future pressures which are going to increase in this region, and also considering and addressing the individual SDGs of the regions need to be relooked in many of the cases, because as a region it is not performing well. So this is what we could conclude from this study. However, our study has limited to the tropical region, tropical Asian countries, and we have not compared the study based on the policy, compared the policy initiative with between countries. We have only compared the index. These are the limitations of our study. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Roswine. So any question to Dr. Roswine?
Any questions?
No questions. Thank you so much. Thanks again. Thank you to all
We
the
would like to have any
presenters
questions
for...
from the audience.
We have 15 minutes. Thank you to all the presenters for their colorful and delightful presentation and for making this session successful. I hope all the participants have enjoyed and found this afternoon very informative and useful. Thank you once
No
again.
questions? I think.
Thank you so much for your amazing presentation. And now we have 15 minutes break, and then we will start. I would like to invite Dr. Sanjida Hook for chairing this session. Thank you so much.
Sorry, you are not audible.
We are really thankful.
Hello?
Nothing. Nothing is audible from there, right? So
Okay, let me go outside. So you were presenting here, video call. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Hi, I've come out. Well done. You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you. Wait, just I'll take a click.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Just a minute, I'll click a pic. Okay.
Yeah, I was saying, since you wanted to take a picture, I will go in.
Hello, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the second session of this conference, WEEDS 23. I'm Dr. Souad Larabi Marisant from Computer Science, College of Computer and Information Sciences. I will be with you during this session. This session is about artificial intelligence, deep learning, and big data analytics. Let's start with the first research article presentation about automatic enlarged lymph node detection from 3D mediastinum CT images, presented by Dr. Ala Shams. Okay, welcome to Dr. Ala. I'm sorry, Dr.
Assalamu alaikum. Yes. I'm very pleased to be with you today. I would thank the university and the organizer and the sponsors of this conference for allowing us to participate in this great scientific conference. My name is Ala Shemasne. I'm from the Computer Science Department. I'm today with you here to present my paper, which talk about as you see here, as the automatic enlarged lymph node detection from the mediastinal CT images. Okay, let's just start. Okay. My presentation outlines today, we want to talk about the detection in general about the lymph node. I want to talk about an introduction about what the meaning of the lymph node, what the importance for detecting these types of the cancer from the body, from the human body, how this is useful for the physical doctors and something like that, for diagnosis, for the surgical planning, and so on. Also, I want to talk about the literature review, what about the studies which make about the same topics, what the challenges, about what the advantage and the disadvantages in these studies also. There is the research questions, the objectives, what about talk about the proposed methodology here, also my results, experimental results, about the conclusion and the reference. Okay. The lymph node is a part of the immune system. It plays an important role for the clinical practice. So detecting the lymph node is so important here because it's the main route for the metastasis and deciding the restrictions area. So it's important to identify the location and the structure for the lymph node to make a suitable surgical procedure. Development of the diagnosis of the enlarged lymph node is quite so important process because for the staging and to know here what the surgical planning to support the physical doctors. Cancer can cause the affected or the lymph node to be enlarged, the size not in the same normal. No, it will be enlarged. That means that as a sign, I have a cancer here in that lymph node. In order to assess the progress of the disease and to check whether the treatment is effective or not, it's so important for the physicians or for the doctors to know the structures and the numbers and the statistical things for the lymph node. For example, from the numbers of the lymph node, I can know if there is here a cancer or not. Also, from the volume, if there is have a specific volume, that means this is an enlarged lymph node. That means maybe there is a cancer inside this area. Computer-aided diagnosis here system strongly desired, so which assists the surgical planning procedure using the CT or computed tomography. On that, mediastational for the diagnosis and assisting the accurate staging, also to know how the therapy treatment will be here, and to follow up the examination for the mediastational lymph node cancer. Let's see here. Here the related works, which done before. As you can see here, which one? My candle. That? Okay, thank you. Okay, you can see here there is many related works, also works on the same area, called the lymph node cancer. As you can see here, the lymph node or many studies works on different area for the body. For example, here on the abdomen, the neck, the media area, and the axillary. And you can see here also many studies done in the also abdomen, in the mediastation area. So there is the lymph node, as you know, it's separate or can distribute it in all of the body, in the abdomen and in the mediastations and in the axillary and something like that, in the neck, in many areas. So here, as you can see here, the volume or the numbers of the cases is different from one study to another. Also, the numbers of the nodes or the numbers of the lymph node inside this volume also it's different. You can see here in this column, the size of the lymph node also it's different. For example, the lymph node I can consider is that lymph nodes have a large lymph node or a cancer if, for example, the size for this lymph node is bigger than 5 millimeter in the abdomen area. And for example, in the axillary, if it will be a cancer on enlarged lymph node, it can be bigger than 10 millimeter and so on. You can see here also the numbers of the lymph node, the true positive, false positive, all of this. You can see the precision and the sensitivity here for detecting the lymph node, it's low. Also here the time, it's from 2 to 3 hours, 17 minutes, 1 to 6 minutes, it's okay, but you can see here just 5 volume, and the 17 minutes just 1 volume. So the numbers of the data set which use it, also it's low. So the time, it's also I cannot just take this results and make a common for all the data sets, okay? So as you can see here, previous lymph node detection methods still need to be further improved due to the low precision, low sensitivity, long runtime, and high false positive rate. Okay. From here, from these challenges or disadvantages in the related works, there is a problem statements. What are problem statements here? The problem statements detecting the lymph node is challenging because of what? Because the low contrast of the surrounding area for the lymph node and the irregular shapes. You can see the lymph nodes have many shapes and irregular shapes, so it's difficult to just detect it and diagnose this lymph node from the others, if it's normal or not. Also, variable sizes, you can see in sparsely distributed location. Also, detecting the lymph node manually can be time-consuming and error-prone and depending on the observer experience. So the pelvic node here, automatic detection is difficult. So they often touch or infiltrate agent vein and soft tissues, which can also change the shape for it. Because it's just nearby many or agent to many others, like, for example, there is many vessels, many fats. If just that's agent to this or nearby so much, that will be change the shape for this lymph node, so it's difficult to detect it. All of this, it's just from the difficult or why we need an automatic method to detect and cannot just depend on the manual for detecting the lymph node. As I told you before, also can have attenuation coefficient that's similar to those the muscles and the vessels are surrounded to it. From that, we need for the automatic system, which can help to detect the lymph node. Okay. Here's some research questions. For example, the research question here, how to develop the method for detecting the enlarged lymph node from the 3D CT scan. And the second one, how to calculate the volume. I need here to calculate the volume because I told you the volume and the numbers of the lymph node, there is a marks for I have an enlarged lymph node here or not. So it's important to know the calculate or to know the volume to know exactly I have a cancer lymph node here. What the objectives here? The objectives here in my research to develop the lymph node cancer detection system using the image processing, speed up robust features based on the CT volume. The second objectives here to investigate the method for analyzing the CT data to achieve high accuracy with a low runtime. The third thing is to optimize the system for better efficiency algorithm. The lymph node has many attributes. So here I depend for this attribute to try to detect it in an automatic way. For example, here the shape type. The lymph node have a shape type like ellipsoidal shape. So we can, using this shape to know exactly how to help us to detect these types. For example, the circular or any other shape, the rectangle or something. All of this you can just far from it. The second thing is the color. You can see the color. The solid lymph node internal area have a particular intensity interval. If the lymph node have, this is attenuation. If had this intensity, that means I have a little, okay, I have a lymph node. Also, the malignant have intensity in the center more than the surrounding area, and the size, the interest region is between 10 until 35 millimeter. Here my proposed methodology, which I use it here. You can see I take the 3D CT. I deal with the CT images. These CT images, experimental data sets, which I just collected from the hospital. The numbers of the volume, it's 50. And I have around the numbers of the lymph node, 182. Here in my methodology, the first just passes too many phases. The first phase is pre-processing phase. The pre-processing, I'm using MIP, the MIP maximum intensity projection. The maximum intensity projection, I'm using it here to just try to enhance the voxel which have highest intensity to try to aberrate and disaberrate the little intensity value for the voxels. The second thing is the contrast levels. I apply the contrast to just also enhance and to just disappear all the noises, the fats, and something I don't want it here. Just I want to focus exactly on the lymph node or exactly on the parts which have a high attenuation level or a high intensity level. I'm trying to, also I'm using many algorithms to eliminate the bonds. I make it or use it the blob filters because I want to also eliminate all the blob which have less than 10 millimeters in the size because my interest, the lymph node to be cancer, it's supposed the size it's supposed to be from 10 until 35 millimeters, so I don't need any little than this. Then the second phase, اللي هي blob detection. I'm using this this equation. This equation for the ellipsoidal, as I mentioned before, the area is اللي هي pi multiplied by A by B, اللي هي the radius. I told you, for example, I have from 10 until 35, this is the interest area. So I take the radius from the 10, it's 5. So I multiply 5 by pi. So then I can calculate exactly what the blob's area I wanted here. Okay, this just. Then I applied the SERF, اللي هي Peter proposed features. Peter proposed features here to extract the features from the, I'm trying here to using the SERF to extract the feature using the detector and the descriptor. Then I find the features from this. When I take this as the feature, I make it before manually detecting the lymph node and extract the feature from it. After I'm making here my automatic system, then I take also the feature. After I extract the feature, I compared with the feature which I extracted manually just to make more accurate for my system to make sure I'm extracted the lymph node in a suitable way. Then I make a projection for this node. I calculate the center. After I detect the lymph node, I calculate just the center for the lymph node and make a projection on the X and the Y axis to be ensured this is the lymph node exactly, and this is the lymph node founded in all axes. Then after that, I calculate the volume. Okay. Here you can see just my experimental results. This is my experimental results. I'm using the precisions for the 50 volumes. I obtained 73.4, and about the sensitivity, which 83.3. I make here just my results comparing with the different methods. You can see here my method gets it's better than the other in the precision and the sensitivity, and also in the running time. As we can see here in the table, we had achieved very noticeable and accurate results with the very small numbers of the false positive value. Also, the time needed analysis is very limited within the range. It's from 12 until 35 seconds per the volume. Here is the qualitative evaluation. Here another, just I take it some examples to show you how my system works for the detecting the lymph node. So this is the conclusion. Just the precision, as I told you, and the sensitivity, it was a very high or good for my system with the low time needed for the volumes. In the future, I plan to use it the same or to enhance this method, to use it in other parts of the body, also to detect other lesions, not just the lymph node, any other types of the cancer inside the body. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ala, for this relevant, mashallah, topic and presentation.
Thank you so much.
Any questions for Dr. Ala? Yes.
Thank you very much for this nice, interesting presentation. How many images you had in your data set?
Yes, the numbers of the images, as I told, I have 50 volumes. Each volume have around between 200 to 300 slice images inside it. So more than 3,000 slice I'm dealing with it in my, yes, in my method.
Training. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you, thank you.
Any other questions?
My student have any question? Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Ala.
Thank you.
The next presentation will be about deep learning for pneumonia diagnosis using CXR images, presented by Ms. Aisha Ijaz. I think it will be online.
Assalamu alaikum.
Online?
Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay.
Welcome.
I will share my slides. Can you see my slides? Okay. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Aisha Ijaz. I'm pursuing MS Computer Science from Rifa International University, Pakistan. I am the primary author of this research. Below are the co-authors. Today's topic of my presentation is deep learning for pneumonia diagnosis using chest X-ray images. Yes?
Yes, Aisha, we cannot see your slides.
Just wait. Can you see now?
Not yet. See?
Not yet.
No.
Maybe some internet issue, but can you see now?
No. Let's see now. No, sorry, we can't.
But it was shared now. It is shared, ma'am.
Yes, now it's okay.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Aisha Ijaz from Rifa International University, Pakistan. I am the primary author. Below are the co-author of this research. Today's topic of my presentation is deep learning for pneumonia diagnosis using chest X-ray images. Here is the outline of my presentation. Here is the introduction of pneumonia. Pneumonia is a life-threatening infection that affects lungs by different viruses and bacterial attacks. So these viruses, germs fill the air scarce of lung with pus or fluid. Pneumonia mostly affected children and old age people. However, naturally, human body prevents from infecting these viruses, but sometimes due to weak immunity system, these viruses are overpowerful. Pneumonia is further categorized into viral pneumonia, bacterial pneumonia, and mycoplasma pneumonia. Figure 1 shows the diagram of pneumonia-affected lungs. Approximately every year, 7% of the population all over the globe is affected by pneumonia. According to a report of WHO, 7,40,180 children are died from pneumonia in year 2019. Pneumonia is usually diagnosed by expert radiologists by examining chest X-ray images. However, it is a difficult and time-consuming task when images are unclear. Chapter 1 shows the summary of literature review, in which you see first author, Versinelli et al. In year 2019 proposed a dense net technique. Author used chest radiographs and chest X-ray 14 datasets. A model achieved 80% of accuracy. Second author, Mohammed et al. In year 2020 used CNN model. Through private and chest X-ray images datasets, model achieved 96.9% of accuracy. Third author used ResNet model. By using chest X-ray images pneumonia dataset, model achieved 84% of accuracy. Lastly, Rafil Islam in year 2022 used CNN technique. By using chest X-ray images pneumonia dataset, model achieved 97.34% of accuracy. Research gap in existing studies are limited datasets, class imbalance issue, overfitting problem, and computational complexity. Proposed methodology. The proposed model is basically linear combinations of layers that diagnoses pneumonia automatically. Images are undergo series of steps including image resizing, preprocessing, data augmentation, and classification to propose CNN model. Figure 2 shows the workflow diagram of proposed methodology. To implement the methodology, a publicly available dataset chest X-ray images pneumonia has been used, which contained 5,856 images in JPEG format. Images are categorized into normal and pneumonia class images. from which 1,342 images are normal and remaining 3,875 images are pneumonia affected. Images are subcategorized into train, test, and valid set. Here is the first step of methodology in which images are resized because the dataset images are variant in size. So initially all images are resized into 448 pixels resolution to to decrease computation time. Then different pre-processing filters are applied. The 3x3 median filter size was applied to remove noise from images. Then after the histogram equalization technique is used to improve the contrast of images. Data augmentation, because the selected dataset has class imbalance issue. The ratio of pneumonia class images and normal class images was 2:1. So the normal class images has augmented to equal before fitting in model to prevent overfitting problem. Different augmentation techniques like scaling, flipping, and rotating were applied on pre-processed images. After augmentation, the number of normal images are increased from 1,341 to 4,023 images. A proposed CNN model consists of 3 convolutional layers. The first convolutional layer is used to extract the low-level features like lines and edges from images. Then the second and third convolutional layer is used to extract multiple lines and edges. That is a combination of low-level features. Figure 3 show the diagram of convolutional CNN model. As you see, pre-processing and data augmentation, images are fed into convolutional layer, where convolutional D2 filter size was applied that starts scanning images from top left to right and move down to by scanning images. Then D2 activation function has deployed to convert all negative values into 0. The batch normalization technique normalized the output of previous layer to do learning more independently. Then images are further fed into max pooling layer, where the 2x2 filter size of pooling has been applied on map feature that used to minimize the size of images. The map features are further fed into flatten layer that convert features into a column and putting it into FC layer for further processing. Lastly, softmax activation function is used for prediction. The proposed model is trained for 20 epochs using Adam optimizer, use 0.01 learning rate with 16 batch size, and validating using K-fold cross-validation technique. The experimental results of the proposed model can be conducted on different evaluation parameters such as accuracy, recall, precision, and F1 score. The performance of the model has shown 97.5% of accuracy, 98.3% of recall, 97.4% of precision, and 98.9% of F1 score. Figure 4 shows the graphical representation of achieved results. Table 2 shows the comparison of proposed method with state-of-the-art method, in which you see author 1 used chest X-ray images pneumonia dataset through CNN model achieved 96.48% of accuracy. Second, author used same dataset chest X-ray images pneumonia by using CNN model achieved 92.47% of accuracy. Third, author used chest X-ray images pneumonia dataset by using CNN model achieved 96.36% of accuracy. Fourth, author used same dataset using StressNet 50 model achieved 93.06% of accuracy. The proposed model used chest X-ray images pneumonia dataset and using CNN model achieved 97.5% of accuracy. In this research, a CNN-based architecture is proposed for binary classification of pneumonia. To implement the methodology, a publicly available dataset, chest X-ray images pneumonia, is utilized to train and test images. Proposed model. Different pre-processing techniques are applied to remove noise and improve the quality of images. Then different augmentation techniques are employed to prevent overfitting problem. The comparative analysis revealed that the proposed method achieved the best performance than previous methods. In the future, the proposed model will be extended to perform multi-classification between further types of pneumonia like bacterial pneumonia, viral pneumonia, and mycoplasma pneumonia. Here are some of the references of research. And thank you. Do you have any question?
Thank you, Ms. Aisha, for this presentation. Any question? I have one question.
Do you have any question?
I have one question, Ms. Aisha.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the number of the images you used?
Total 5,300 something images.
Sorry?
But after augmentation, total dataset images were 5,800 something images. But after augmentation, the images are increased and round about 7,000, more than 7,000 images. Yes.
Is it an open source data?
Yes, ma'am.
It can be
Online available at Kaggle.
My second question, Ms. Aisha, you talked about the balancing. You balanced the data, right? You used the
Yes,
Bayesian
ma'am.
method. Which method did
Yes.
you use?
Data augmentation techniques, normal class images was augmented because normal pneumonia affected images are increased than normal class images. That's why I augmented only the normal class images.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. It was
Thank
very
you so much.
interesting. Thank you. The next presentation is about properties and future of the Skoll-Kalman filters. Okay, by Miss Lamia Aliani.
Hello. Hello, assalamu alaikum, and good afternoon. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee for arranging this exceptional conference and to having women in this scientific research. So I would like now to share my screen to present my slides.
Thank you, Dr. Lamia, and welcome.
Have you seen now my slides?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, so let me introduce myself. I'm Lamia Liami. I'm lecturer at the Najran University. Yes, and studying my PhD at the University of Exeter at the Department of Mathematics. Yeah.
Your slides, please. Your slides are not shown.
Okay, are you sure? I will share again.
Okay.
You see now my slides?
No. Now, yes.
Okay. You see now, yeah?
Yes.
So I will make it in the, I show, okay? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So first, So first of all, we would like to introduce and review recent development in the non-Gaussian Kalman filter and with non-zero skewness, which have received a little attention despite its potential to have a robust estimate. So let me now introduce the outline. So my outline is structured as follows. First of all, I would review Kalman filter variants in briefly background, then moving to the skewness distributions. After that, moving forward to the particular distribution, which called the closed skew-normal distribution. And the key point for my talk today, it would be the Skew-Kalman filter algorithm, and I will conclude my talk with the conclusion and the future trend. So let me now introduce some variants of the Kalman filter algorithm in the nonlinear sense. So the most famous one is the extended Kalman filter, which designed to estimate the nonlinear systems based on the high order, based on the Taylor series. And it is after that, after we linearize the system, we can plug it in the traditional Kalman filter theory. The second one is the iterated Kalman filter, which beside in the extended Kalman filter, but the linearization, it can be done many times as we desire to reduce the linearization error. For the third one, which the unscented Kalman filter, and the idea behind this type is to produce several sigma points around the current state estimate to estimate the mean and the covariance. However, these three types, it's mostly based on the Gaussian approximation. And the problem is if the posterior distribution cannot be follow the normal, so we will have a bias estimate, and the posterior, it can be diverge, and we have bounded error. So there is other variants of Kalman filter dealing with non-Gaussian states. The particle filter is one of these cases, can be highly potentially estimate the nonlinear systems beside the non-Gaussian systems. But the problem with this particular filter, it is time-consuming and very intensive simulation, and can be take a long time running in the software. So we are lucky enough where the researchers invented other type of Kalman filter to capture three things: the nonlinear systems, besides non-Gaussian, besides the skewness of the outliers in the data. So we will have a great estimate and more reliable estimate. So this is my actually focus. I will focus on this type of this filter. So now I would like to narrow my talk to the skew normal distribution before I'm going to other stuff. So the main purpose of skew normal distribution, if you heard before about this distribution, is to regulate the skewness or the outliers in the data. So the skew normal distribution, it's firstly invented or introduced by Azzolini in 1985 and as a parametric class. And there is further development and lots of versions of this distribution in the univariate case and multivariate case, and there are existed in the literature. But actually we strict our interest to one of these classes, which is called closed skew normal distribution. And I would express why we are more interested in this distribution. But let me now define this distribution, how this distribution formed. So we can say this distribution is a contemporary distribution, and it is proposed by Gonzalez in 2004, and it is based on the conditional multivariate model. I can now divide how this distribution formed to three types. The first one, it can be, assume we have two independent normal random vectors given as you see here, as written in the red line. And we plug these two random vectors in the multivariate model here in W and Z. After that, we will taking the joint distribution for this model. We will have this formula. Then we will taking the conditional distribution for this formula. That will be ended up us to the closed skew normal distribution. So this is the BDF, if we can say, closed distributed closed skew normal distribution. And however, this distribution is parameterized by 5 parameters. The first one is the mu here represents the location, and sigma here represents the scale, and we present D here represents the skewness parameter, and we are interested here more in this parameter, since if this parameter equal to 0, that means that this distribution will be reduced completely to the normal one. So this distribution is generic form for the normal distribution. For additional 2 parameters here, nu and delta, this adding more flexibility to this distribution, and we can say in the next slides. So why we have interest in this distribution in particular? It has lots of properties, and it is very important in the statistical literature, such as it is closed under linear transformation, and also it is closed under marginalization, and also conditional, and also with respect to the summation. So these properties make this distribution very convenient to the people who would like to take this distribution to modeling the skewness, so we can know what is output, to know about how this distribution looks like. So we can see here in the right hand, this figure presents different formula for this distribution. So we can see the effect of the skewness when we change this parameter of the skewness parameter. So I would like to pay your attention when this parameter equal to 0, so we will have a normal one. This is the bell shape. Also, if we have positive value or negative value, so the distribution will be displayed based on these values, in the positive axis or in the negative axis. So now I would like also to show you when we are studying the sensitivity analysis of these parameters, nu and delta, because we would like to see what is the effects, what is the influences of these parameters. So if we can see, we have different formula. We have different curvatures into both figures. So that's adding more flexibility and more stability for this distribution. And we can see here, for example, if we're adding more towards negative values, so the distribution will be flat. And in this case, it could be, say, platycortic. And also, otherwise, here, when we have delta here equal to 20, that means we are going towards to the positive value. So the distribution will be have here, it's like a shape pen. So this diversity for these curves, adding more flexibility and more empower this distribution to modeling the complex systems. These important properties make very applicable and can apply to the Skew-Kalman filter algorithm. So this Skew-Kalman filter algorithm, it's proposed in 2005 by Nouveau et al. And this algorithm, it's based on this distribution, this particular distribution. To introduce the Skew-Kalman filter algorithm, I need first to introduce the set space models, which is characterized by two equations. The first equation is the process equation. The second equation is the measurement or the output equation. And we can see here we have two noises, these noises, additive noises, and these noises are normally distributed. So this algorithm, it's assume the initial state is distributed close to Q-normal with these particular values, and the process and measurement noises are Gaussian distribution. Another formula, it can be also applied for the Skew-Kalman filter algorithm by assuming the process or the measurement noises are close to normal distribution. So it can be also under this algorithm. So I would like now to show you the recursive algorithm of the Skew-Kalman filter. The amazing thing or flexible thing in all Kalman filter theory, they are mathematically equivalent, even though we have different assumptions or different distributions. So the first phase here, it's about the prediction step, and we making the prediction for the parameters that we have or we interested in, and related to the distribution. After that, the algorithm is going to the second phase, which is the correction step, to have a small error. And in the correction step, the covariance of the error, it can be smaller than the preference one. Now I would like to present this table presents the recent publications that dealing with Skew-Kalman filter based on this distribution. So as you see, it is kind of limited publications, but however, all these publications concluded too the Skew-Kalman filter has superior fits over the Gaussian approximation. So we hope this will inspire the researchers to working on this kind of algorithm to increasing the applicability for this algorithm, particularly in the medical research or in spatial statistics research or geophysics statistics. So we will be have robust estimate. For conclusion and the future trend, we have provided a survey development of a sophisticated Kalman filtering problem for state estimation in the presence of skewness. And recent studies show that the Skew-Kalman filter offer better performance than the traditional one, which is the basic the Gaussian approximation. For the future trend or for also our recommendation, so further development of estimation problem with non-zero skewness are needed, and further study can be directed toward high order moment. It's like super skewness or super flatness, etc. And also we can address the Skew-Kalman filter with a particular kind of nonlinear system, which is the coyetic system, where the traditional Kalman filter it cannot work well with this kind of the system, and also increasing the scalability of Skew-Kalman filter by increasing the number of estimated states with high dimensional. So this is also needed and needed further investigation. And finally, quantify the uncertainty of the middle parameter using this particular algorithm. This is my references, and more references can be found in the paper. Thank you so much for your attention, and any question, comment, and I hope you see you again tomorrow in my second presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lamia, for this presentation. Any questions?
Thank you.
I have one question for you, Dr. Lamia.
Yes.
For this model you presented, in which real-world problem we can be used?
Yes, actually, I used this particular algorithm now in the COVID-19 problem, and this is I will be presented tomorrow. So this is it's sort of applications it can be worked in.
Then see you tomorrow, inshallah.
Yeah, inshallah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
The next presentation is about web scraping for data analytics, a beautiful soup implementation. It will be presented by Aya, Miss Aya Abudaya. Welcome, Miss Aya. Miss Aya, right? Okay. MashaAllah, my students. Okay. Okay, it will be presented by Miss Aya and Miss Ward. I let you present yourself.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I'm Ward Al-Najjar, Junior Software Engineer student, Cybersecurity track. Today, Ayat Abudiyya and I are going to discuss our web scraping project for data analytics.
As we all know, data gathering and data collection is at the heart of any data science project. Previously, they used to manually copy and paste the data, which we know is erroneous and inefficient. However, nowadays, we have automated the data gathering process using web scraping. Web scraping extracts data from websites automatically, which helps organizations make important decisions in terms of analyzing the data and visualizing the data. For our paper, we have proposed a web scraper using Python's beautiful soup library while performing data analysis and visualization techniques on the result of the scraper. To test the web scraper, we targeted the Amazon website, extracted certain information that would be relevant to the customer, and then we analyzed the data using Pandas library as well as data visualization techniques, including Matplotlib library. Then we presented our results using a graphical interface, using Python's simple graphical user interface library. The output has indeed proved the efficiency of our web scraping implementation.
For our literature review, many existing papers have delved into the field of web scraping. One such paper was conducted by Lee and Peshwa. Lee and Peshwa supports that Ruby is an efficient language for web scraping. However, it does not support machine learning applications. Another research paper was conducted by Shalagain et al. They did a web scraping tool that can manage massive amounts of data dynamically. It was tested against Amazon server. Therefore, the researchers integrated the use of Selenium and WebDriver API to integrate the web pages per your interest. Another research paper was conducted by Farholt. Farholt He made a controlled experience using a web scraping language to develop a web scraper tool using a JavaScript Puppeteer. While using this web scraper, you remain undetectable for the targeted web page. Bradley and James research paper supports extracting online data using R statistical language. R statistical language is an open source community. It provides packages with functions. The last research paper was conducted by several researchers. They compared various web scraping tool methods. The results have shown that regular expression consumes the least amount of energy, while HTML DOM consumes the least amount of data consumption and time.
There is a limitation within the existing literature in which the web scrapers that have been proposed do not use Beautiful Soup in context of data analytics. We have proposed a methodology that explores web scraping using Beautiful Soup in Python along with the request library in order to send HTML requests to the website server. We have proposed an algorithm that gathers preferred elements from the HTML results. It then uses Beautiful Soup in order to search through the division document and then create graphs for the data needed in the way we deem preferable. The proposed web scraper, it can be implemented on any website. For our implementation, we have tested it on Amazon in order to display the 10 lowest price products as well as the 10 products that have received the highest ratings. The implementation of our project is similar to previous papers in which we tested it on the Amazon website. However, we used Beautiful Soup library for web browser automation, and for parsing, we used the HTML document object model because it's more efficient in terms of processing time and data consumption. There are multiple reasons as we have why we have used Python for our web scraping implementation. First of all, our web scraper is for a static web page, which eliminates the usage of Selenium, which is typically used for scraping dynamic web pages. Ruby can prove to be a practical option. However, it doesn't support libraries that can be used for data analytics and data visualization. Python's variety of libraries, by contrast, would enable us to enhance visualization according to our preference. Also, Python has been reported to be faster, more popular, and more efficient as opposed to JavaScript. It is crucial to note that the web scraping methodology being used is heavily dependent on the type of data we wish to extract, as well as the scale of the data that we're targeting. The Beautiful Soup library has many strengths associated with it. First of all, it constructs a parse tree from the HTML results and effectively traverses and searches and modifies the parse tree. Furthermore, it automatically encrypts the data. Finally, it has backend that provide HTML parsing algorithms, which are the following: HTML parser, LXML, and HTML5 lib parser. We have used HTML5 lib parser because it's efficient and because it's Python friendly. The following flowchart shows the implementation of our project. We have sent, first of all, an HTML request to the Amazon Web Server. Obviously, we sent the specific product name because that's how we have constructed our web scraper. After it scrapes the data and after it receives the response from the Amazon Web Server, it parses the results using Python's Beautiful Soup library and the HTML5 lib libraries. Then we looped over this data, which we stored in a data frame, in order to visualize it. And we found the product's name, the link, the rate, the number of reviews, as well as the price. In the graphical user interface file, we created a simple graphical user interface using the library, Python Simple Graphical User Interface. It calls the Amazon Scraper class, which does all of the functions that we have talked about. In order to test our web scraper, we searched the following products: Raspberry Pi 4 and iPhone Pro Max 14. We have used a histogram and a bar chart in order to analyze our data, in order to look at price frequencies and compare the rating of the products. We have also displayed the top 10 lowest priced products, as well as the top 10 products with the highest ratings, because we believe that this information would be relevant to the user. And the amount of time it took in order to scrape the data, in order to analyze the data, in order to create the interface and display those graphs accordingly was about 10 seconds, which indeed proves the efficiency and the speed of the web scraping process using Beautiful Soup.
Our implementation has many limitations associated with it. First, if Amazon changes anything in its DOM, this code might not work. It needs to be maintained. Our web scraper works only when you insert the exact name of the product as listed on Amazon. The web scraper extracts data up to a certain level. It extracts certain information, a few details about a product, but does not show enough information and extra information like the seller's name. We recommend using our web scraper in different projects by implementing different changes to suit your incentives. We also recommend using web scraping for further studies, like and by using different interface libraries in Python. A future study that compares the effectiveness of Beautiful Soup 4 and with JavaScript would be an interesting topic to be conducted. To conclude, web scraper is a tool used for data extraction and crawling databases. We implemented our web scraper using Beautiful Soup libraries in Python because the libraries helped us a lot, and they were effective and efficient and fast while extracting data. It can work on any website. Only you have to change some functions to suit your perspective and your desire. We also recommend using a web scraper to extract data from different websites and to use different tools than the one proposed. Thank you for listening. Do you have any questions?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Using the Chrome browser, it is difficult indeed because they have deployed protective mechanisms against that. That's why we used the Firefox browser, and we only looked at the document object models. We didn't look into things that could be hidden from the user. But websites like Amazon, they have employed protective techniques in order to prevent scraping because it has been used in cybersecurity attacks. That's why some researchers who are employing web scraping while wanting to remain undetected to attackers, they usually go for JavaScript libraries, not Python libraries. And inshallah, we're learning JavaScript now, so inshallah we'll implement a web scraper using JavaScript. Thank you.
Thank you. MashaAllah, thank you so much, Ward and Aya. Very appreciated.
Thank you.
MashaAllah. And please take his advice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next presentation is about online learning student engagement, RFM model perspective, presented by, it's an online or Miss Fatima? It's an online presentation. The next.
Okay.
Hello. Welcome.
Yeah. Can you see? Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Can you hear my voice and the slide is clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right.
But we cannot see the slides.
Huh? Is that right now?
Yes, yes. So please
Is that all
introduce
right?
yourself and you can start. Yes, yes, we can see.
Okay, can I start right now?
Yes, please.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon in Riyadh. Today, this afternoon, I will be presenting on behalf of my co-authors a proposal titled Online Learning, Student Engagement and RFM Model Perspective. I shall discuss, present the introduction, objectives, literature review, research methodology, discussion, and conclusion. So first, let's go into the introduction. So student engagement means a degree of attention, curiosity, interest, optimism, and passion that students shows when they are learning. So we are living in a dynamic world and learning nowadays needs attention. It is essential for us to have a firm grasp on how students learn to ensure success in the classroom. Student engagement is a crucial indicator in the evaluation of online courses as opposed to traditional learning. And it has correlations with online education quality and student performance. Online learning analytics places an emphasis on the behavioral analysis of students' educational pursuits. So research right now, research on student engagement has based on there is more on perspective basis, how students feel about online and distance learning. On the other hand, online learning based on actual data, log data has been lacking. The transition to online education has not been easy. Therefore, there is a need to study what really happens during an online class. So online education that can effectively engage students will indicate a goal on education and perhaps will ensure good student performance. So an important part of online learning is where we can create knowledge, we get people, students to take part, and also we make a good learning environment. Right now, we have a lot of perception-based surveys which are to understand the learning behavior. However, there are mixed results of student engagement between traditional learning and versus online learning. Thus, to overcome these mixed results, with the availability of log data from online learning activities as captured by learning management system, it will allow us to complement these survey-based data, survey-based student engagement perceptions with data-driven measures. So instead of looking at the perception, we are actually proposing to use actual data. So now I shall present to you the objectives of the study. So this objective of the study is to explore the possibility of modeling student learning behavior based on the online learning log data. Specifically, the study proposes the method adopted from marketing research to model student engagement based on their online learning behavior. The study adopted a recency, frequency, and monetary RFM model as proposed model to measure the student online learning behavior. There are two research questions that guide this study, which are how might we identify student learning engagement profile based on their learning behavioral patterns, and how can we build a profile of student learning engagement. There are several literature reviews that backs up this study. Uh, I'll just go through it generally. So, online learning has opened up many research opportunities. So, as we have mentioned before, student engagement is the degree of attention, curiosity, interest that students show when they are learning or when they are taught. So the digitalization of education was one of the most important changes in the world that the world had to deal with in recent years, especially. So digitalization of education has shifted the definition of student learning engagement from physical based to online perspectives. Student enthusiasm for and interest in their learning is what we define as student learning. So previously, various methods have been adopted in studying student learning engagement, such as survey-based, Rahim 2022, longitudinal study, Vanacore, Dieter, Hurwitz 2021, and mixed method study by Jojo 2022. Recently, research looking into students' online learning engagement has been gaining traction. Mining of educational data has the potential to improve teaching and learning methodology. Smith, Cobham, and Judd 2022. So research has confirmed encouraging correlations between students' engagement and their academic success. Kimji Alkanjari 2023. And empirically, it has been found that online education is as good or can be better than traditional face-to-face methods. Smith, Cobham, and Jacques 2022. Continuing on, a recent study also found that the length of an online course affects how much students participate. Furthermore, students were more engaged in learning as a result of the utilization of tools such as digital whiteboard. 2021. Moreover, With the accessibility, if people have more access to high-speed broadband, is another factor that influences students' participation in online learning. Linking this to marketing literature, the recency, frequency, and monetary model (RFM) is widely used to measure customer values. A recent study adopted an improved algorithm to measure RFM model. Within marketing literature, it is common for RFM model analysis to use log data. An important feature of RFM is customer segmentation, where customers can be categorized in groups. Applying this to learning, to online learning, using RFM will allow us to group the students into different clusters. And this is hoped to help us strategize teaching and learning. Next will be the research method. So with the development of information technology, it has made it possible for us to automatically look into a large amount of log data. Techniques, it has allowed us it introduces us to techniques based on artificial intelligence. And it makes us possible to do different modeling techniques. Therefore, these data proposes extracting a log data from a learning management system can be used to model students' online behavior. Three main variables can be extracted, mainly recency, frequency, and monetary. But for now, the monetary variable is still ongoing and will be shared in future publications. One potential for monetary variable is student performance. Recency, frequency, and monetary analysis will make use of IBM SPSS software to analyze, and it will help us to calculate the recency and frequency values for each student based on user ID. The model itself, the RFM model, can be viewed. A single calculation will allow us to explain a snapshot of student learning behavior. Running it over time will allow us to access to multiple RFM models. Now, several RFM models used together over time will shed light on the evolution of students' level of engagement. More insights into students' involvement habits can be gained using multiple RFM models in tandem. Changes in student engagement then can be mapped to modifications in learning and instruction. So instructors are able to see how students interact, how students behave during the online interaction. These insights will provide a deep comprehension of the factors that influence student engagement. Now we shall move on to the general discussion, which were based on the two objectives earlier of this study. So, in identifying students' learning engagement profiles, RFM analysis will provide the recency and frequency values. Both these variables serve as the indicators of student online learning engagement. For simplicity, both recency and frequency values will be combined as RFM values for each student. So the output can range between 1 to 5. So a maximum value for each student will be 10, 5 plus will be 10, will indicate a highly engaged student, while a low value of 2 reflect less engaged students. The second objective is the profiling of student learning engagement. A single RFM model will provide a snapshot, single. A snapshot alone provides an in-depth understanding of student learning behavior. Now, running it several times, having several RFM model over a period of time will provide student learning engagement life cycle. These changes of student values as measured by the RFM model over a period of time will provide a valuable insight that was never captured before. before using the perception-based study, the student learning engagement. RFM model captured for several academic sessions will show the changes in student engagement. It will show for example, RFM model for 3 academic sessions will show RFM value of 8, 10, and 6, a decreasing engagement for a particular student. Further analysis can be conducted based on academic programs, example, sciences, humanities, and management, or by gender. And finally, it will come to the conclusion part. So the proposed method reported in this study provides a new approach in measuring student learning engagement. The new perspective on student learning engagement will complement and enrich existing perception-based student learning engagement studies. When applied to education, data mining has the potential to enhance pedagogy and ultimately increase student engagement. Because student engagement leads to improved academic performance, the students will reap the benefits. Gaining insights into what motivates students is also beneficial for instructors. Completion of this study will include monetary element into the RFM model. Such a such a complete student learning engagement model based on RFM will contribute to the learning engagement body of knowledge. That's it. That is for my presentation for today. I would like to thank the custodians of Suho Imam King Salman bin Abdul Aziz, Prince Sultan University, and also the anonymous reviewers for their constructive comments. Thank you for listening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Walaikum assalam. Thank you, doctor, for your presentation. It's really interesting.
Inshallah.
Questions? Okay. I have just one question for you.
Yes, I'll try.
What will be the future work for this, the extension for this work?
I can't hear you actually.
Okay, I repeat my question.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yes. How can you extend this work to be for future work?
For, right now, we are proposing the recent and also take, but we went into a meaningful measure is the monetary. So we would like to look into the students' performance on how we can improve student engagement and also how they can improve their performance. Right now, it's just more of looking at the how frequent they join the learning management system, how recent they join the recency of interactions. Perhaps we can proceed to looking at how it can help the performance of the student.
Thank you so much, and see you next year.
Thank you very much. Inshallah. Thank you so much for your question.
Yes, the last presentation is about a machine learning approach to identifying facial mask in real time. I don't know if the presenter is ready. Huh? There are 3 names here. Narendra.
Yes, I'm ready. Hello, I'm ready.
Hello.
Yes, I'm ready. Just a second, I'm sharing my screen.
Okay. You are, please. Okay, I let you introduce yourself, please, and you can start. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah. Hello everyone, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Hello everyone, I'm Charu Gupta from the IT University of India. Can you please mute the live, the sound reflecting back?
Sorry?
Can you please mute the lives once the voice is reflecting back?
So, okay.
May I start?
We can, yes, please, you can start. And we can see your
So
presentation.
I'm Charu Gupta from DIT University, India, and I'm over here to present on our research topic, a machine learning approach to identifying facial masks in real time. In this presentation, I'll take you through our introduction of our project and the proposed system and methodology of our research, results, and conclusions. So the first question that arises that what was the need of this research? What was the project statement? So when we started this project, the research project, it was the peak of COVID-19. And every day there were millions of cases around the world of COVID-19. There were many rules that were implemented for the uh, to stop the transmission of COVID-19. One of them was to wear face masks in public places in a proper manner, which means covering the nose, mouth, and chin to reduce the transmission of coronavirus. But some frivolous people circumvent themselves from wearing a face mask, which is why this face mask detection technique, the software, was brought into the action. Face mask detection in real time refers to identifying if an individual is wearing a face mask or not in a public place through the live streaming. Now, we will head on to the proposed system and methodology. The main purpose of this paper was to recognize people without masks. For this, we worked with machine learning, deep learning, computer vision using a convolutional neural network. This, this model analyzed the real-time video and determined whether the subject is wearing a mask or not. The model will follow the sequential methods used during training when the webcam is on. We use several Python libraries like OpenCV, Keras, TensorFlow, NumPy, Matplotlib, etc. For training the model or to pre-process the images in the dataset. Our dataset had images distributed into sections with masks and without masks. This is the proposed methodology of our project. First, we load the mask dataset and we pre-process it with the sorry, with the Python libraries. With the Python libraries, and then we upload that data set in the Jupyter notebook to train our face mask data set. And then with the ROI, with the region of interest, we mark the eyes, nose, mouth, and other features of our faces and to differentiate them with the face of face with mask. And then we created 20 epochs for training the data for the training model. The pre-processing block will remove the eliminating the noise and unnecessary information from the images. The what pre-processing does is that it transform the RGB color images into grayscale images to reduce the noise and eliminates all the other matters that can affect our data set from in the training module, which will be very complicated. Okay, so the results of our the results of our project is the real-time face mask detection entails identify face mask among several frames taken from a video capturing equipment. And this was the purpose, differentiating if this model can use in the live video apart from the static images. We had the static images configurations, but not the real-time configuration. After this, we concluded that this model can be used for the real-time data, and we can use it in the public places for our image purposes. Thank you. That's all from my side. Thanks to all of my teammates, co-researchers, and I'm open to your questions.
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting presentation. We have no questions from our side. Thank
I'm
you.
open to your questions.
No, we have no questions from our side. Thank you very much.
Okay.